Just as a reminder to those of you who are in the gallery, if you have any electronic devices, cell phones or things of that nature, this is the time to turn them off, please. Electronic devices are not authorized to be on in court except if the court has previously authorized it.
Please rise.
Good afternoon. You're welcome to be seated. Okay, we're in the presence of the jury. It's 12:48. As promised, I have made copies of the jury instructions. I have the originals. What you don't have is the verdict forms. I intentionally don't like having verdict forms floating around, so I have the only set. All I ask is that when I read these instructions to you, that you read along with me, that you not read ahead of me or fall behind, okay? Okay, so dispensing with the cover page, instruction number 1. Members of the jury, or any other electronic means. You must not communicate in any way with anyone else about this case or this kind of case until you have returned a verdict in court. This includes your family and friends. If you have a cell phone or other electronic device, you must turn off your electronic devices during deliberations. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the attorneys may comment on some of these rules, you must follow the instructions I give you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. No single instruction describes all the law which must be applied. The instructions must be considered together as a whole. During the trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider in deciding the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law that I give to you to the evidence presented at trial. Remember, you must not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decision. Also, during your deliberations, you are ordered again to turn off all electronic devices. Page 2 of 2 of instruction number 1. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Eastman is guilty, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. In making your decision, you must not consider punishment at all. At times during the trial, attorneys made objections. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to the legal question I had to decide and should not influence your thinking. If I told you not to consider a particular statement that was made during the trial, you must not consider it in your deliberations. If I have asked questions of witnesses during the trial, that did not mean I had any opinion about the facts in this case. Finally, you should consider all of the evidence in light of your experiences in life. Instruction number 2. The charges against Mr. Eastman are not evidence. The charges against Mr. Eastman are just accusations. The fact that Mr. Eastman has been accused is not evidence that Mr. Eastman committed any crimes. The complaint and information in this case charges that the defendant, Dean Eastman, committed the following crimes. Count 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Victim, Stanley Scott Sessions, between and including February 8th, 2020 and February 10th, 2020. Count 2, murder in the first degree after deliberation. Victim, Heather Christine Frank, between and including February 15th, 2020 and February 16th, 2020. Count 3, tampering with a deceased human body, between and including February 8th, 2020 and February 11th, 2020. Count 4, tampering with guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or the lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element of a crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, You should find Mr. Eastman guilty of that crime. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman not guilty of that crime. Instruction number 6. In this case, a separate offense is charged against Mr. Eastman in each count of the information. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence in the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find Mr. Eastman guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offenses charged against Mr. Eastman. Mr. Eastman may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. Instruction number 7. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness and the weight to be given to the witness's testimony. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. For each witness, consider the person's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying. Consider the witness's ability to observe, the strength of that person's memory, and how that person obtained his or her knowledge. Consider any relationship the witness may have to either side of the case and how each witness might be affected by the verdict. Consider how the testimony of the witness is supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence when you evaluate each witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. Instruction number 8. Instruction number 9. The number of witnesses appearing for or against a certain fact does not, by itself, provide or disprove that fact. And I believe you should say prove, not provide. Parties agree?
Yes.
I'll fix that in the original. So I'm going to just change the word provide to prove. Instruction number 10. You are not bound by the testimony of witnesses who have testified as experts. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Instruction number 11. A fact may be proven by either direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on first-hand observation of the fact in question. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observation of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. Instruction number 12. The court admitted certain evidence for a limited purpose. At that time, you were instructed not to consider it for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. You are again instructed that you cannot consider evidence admitted for a limited purpose except for the limited purpose for which it was admitted. You heard evidence for the limited purpose of establishing Mr. Eastman's motive, intent, culpable mental state, his attitude towards and lack of caring for the physical well-being of Heather Frank and her romantic partners and friends, and to explain the dynamics of their relationship at the time of the deaths in this case. You may not consider it for any other purpose. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used by you as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. You may never conclude that Mr. Eastman is guilty of any charge in this case based on a belief that Mr. Eastman has bad character or a tendency to commit bad acts. Instruction number 13. You were presented with video evidence of Mr. Eastman's interrogation with law enforcement on February 16, 2020. During that video, you heard law enforcement claim that Mr. Eastman, that he had a warrant from a case in Denver regarding a young lady and domestic violence. Mr. Eastman denied knowing about the warrant, the case, or the circumstances of it. You have not been presented with any evidence in support that Mr. Eastman had a warrant or that it related to a case involving domestic violence. You are instructed that this evidence may never be used as evidence that Mr. Eastman has a tendency to commit bad acts. You may never conclude that Mr. Eastman is guilty of any charge in this case based on a belief that Mr. Eastman has bad character or a tendency to commit bad acts. Instruction number 14. The credibility of a witness may be challenged by showing that the witness has been convicted of a felony. A previous felony conviction is one factor you may consider in determining the credibility of a witness. It is up to you to determine what weight, if any, is to be given to such a conviction. The credibility of a statement made by a person who did not testify in court may be challenged by showing that that person has been convicted of a felony. For truthfulness or by the opinion of another witness. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight shall be given to such testimony. Instruction 16. The court has taken judicial notice of certain facts. You may or may not accept those facts as true. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight, if any, shall be given to the evidence. In this case, the court has taken judicial notice of the following facts. 1. January 22nd, 2020 was a Wednesday. 2. February 15th, 2020 was a Saturday. 3. February 16th, 2020 was a Sunday. Instruction number 17. The parties have agreed as to the existence of a certain fact. You may regard this fact as proven. Specifically, the parties have stipulated to the following fact. The knife photographed in People's Exhibit 219 was sent to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, CBI, and analyzed by Masha Signovsky, I believe. Instruction number 18. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by law together with a culpable state of mind. Voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Proof of the voluntary act alone is insufficient to prove that Mr. Eastman had the required state of mind. The culpable states of mind, are as much an element of the crime as the act itself and must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence. In this case, the applicable states of mind are explained below. A person acts intentionally or with intent when his conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial to the issue of specific intent whether or not the result actually occurred. The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. A person acts willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when he is aware that his conduct is of such nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts willfully with respect to a result of his concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. 7, with intent. 8, to impair it or their appearance or availability in the official proceedings. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman guilty of tampering with a deceased body. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body. Instruction number 22. The elements of the crime of tampering with a deceased human body as it relates to Heather Frank are 1, that Mr. Eastman, 2, in the state of Colorado, between and including February 15th, 2020 and February 16th, 2020, 3, believe that an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and 4, acting without legal right or authority, 5, willfully, 6, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body, part of a human body, or human remains, 7, with intent, 8, at Mr. Eastman, 2, in the state of Colorado, between and including February 15th of 2020 and February 16th of 2020. 3, believe that an official proceeding was pending or was about to be instituted. And 4, acting without legal right or authority. 5, destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence. 6, with intent to impair its verity or availability in the pending or prospective official proceeding. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman guilty of tampering with physical evidence. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Instruction number 25. In order to convict Mr. Eastman of the crimes of tampering with a deceased human body and tampering with physical evidence, you must either unanimously agree that the defendant committed the same act or acts, or that he committed all of the acts alleged. Instruction number 26. In this case, certain words and phrases have particular meanings. Accordingly, you are to use the following definitions where these words and phrases appear in instructions that define crimes and verdict questions. Quote, about to be instituted, end quote, includes an act at the time that the actor believes could trigger an official proceeding in the future. Quote, official proceedings, end quote, means a proceeding heard before any legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency or official authorized to hear notary or other persons taking testimony or depositions in any such proceedings. Quote, persons, end quote, when referring to the victim of a homicide means a human being who had been born and was alive at the time of the homicidal act. Quote, physical evidence, end quote, includes any article, object, document, record, or other thing of physical substance. Physical evidence does not include a human body, part of a human body, or human remains. Instruction number 27. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Eastman is guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree as alleged in count 2 only of the complainant information as a principal or as a complicitor. You have received separate instructions regarding these two theories of liability. Instruction 20 describes the principal theory of liability, and instruction number 28 describes the complicity theory of liability. You should consider the two theories separately. Your determination of whether Mr. Eastman is guilty of the above referenced crime as a principal should not affect your determination of whether Mr. Eastman is guilty of the above referenced crime as a complicitor. Similarly, your determination of whether Mr. Eastman is guilty of the above referenced crime as a complicitor should not affect your determination of whether Mr. Eastman is guilty of the above referenced crime as a principal. You may find Mr. Eastman not guilty of the above referenced crime under both theories of liability, principal liability and complicity liability, or you may find Mr. Eastman guilty of the above referenced crime as a principal, as a complicitor, or as both a principal and a complicitor. Instruction number 28. Complicity is not a separate crime. Rather, it's a legal theory by which Mr. Eastman may be found guilty of a crime that was committed by another person. For Mr. Eastman to be guilty as a complicitor of the crime of murder in the first degree as it relates to Heather Frank, as defined in the end of this instruction, the prosecution must prove each of the following conditions beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, another person committed the crime of murder in the first degree as defined at the end of this instruction. And 2, Mr. Eastman with a desire or the purpose or design to aid, abet, advise, or encourage the other person in planning or committing the crime. 3, aided, abetted, advised, or encouraged the other person in planning or committing that crime. And 4, Mr. Eastman was aware of elements 1 through 5 inclusive as defined at the end of this instruction. For purposes of this instruction, another person committed the crime of murder in the first degree if the prosecution proves each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that Mr. Eastman, 2, in the state of Colorado between and including February 15th. Give me 1 second, please. Could the parties go on Bluetooth, please? Or if you could, would you come forward? Give me 1 second, please. I want another record. Sorry about that. Just found a typo in here. So let me just start that paragraph again. For purposes of this instruction, another person committed the crime of murder in the first degree if the prosecution proves each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that other person. 2, in the state of Colorado between and including February 15th and February 16th, 2020. 3, after deliberation. And 4, with the intent. 5, to cause the death of a person other than himself. 6, cause the death of Heather Frank. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the conditions of complicity, liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman guilty of murder in the first degree as it relates to count 2 of the complaint and information. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the conditions of complicity, liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find Mr. Eastman not guilty of murder in the first degree as it relates to count 2 of the complaint and information. Instruction number 29. If, after considering all of the evidence, you find the defendant not guilty of all charges relating to Heather Frank, you should disregard this instruction. If, however, you find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of any of the charges relating to Heather Frank, then you must answer the following question. Was this an act of domestic violence? This finding, like any other finding of guilt, must be proven by the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. Domestic violence means an act or threatened act of violence upon a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. Domestic violence also includes any other crime against a person or against property when used as a method of coercion, control, punishment, intimidation, or revenge directed against a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. Intimate relationship means a relationship between spouses, former spouses, past or present unmarried couples, or persons who are both the parents of the same child, regardless of whether the persons have been married or have lived together at any time. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven this question beyond a reasonable doubt, you should indicate yes on the verdict form that has been provided. After considering all of the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove this question beyond a reasonable doubt, you should indicate no on the verdict form that has been provided. Your finding must be unanimous. Instruction 30. Members of the jury, you may discuss this case only when you are all present and you may only deliberate in the jury room. No juror should attempt to discuss this case with other jurors or anyone else at any other time except when all jurors are in the jury room. Instruction number 31. Members of the jury, if you would like to view the contents of any sealed exhibit admitted into evidence, please notify the court in writing. The court will then have the exhibit properly unsealed in court and thereafter resealed to maintain its integrity. Also, while you have the ability to handle exhibits, please be careful to maintain their original condition. Instruction number 32. During the trial, you were permitted to submit written questions to witnesses. If a particular question was not asked, do not guess why the question was not asked or what the answer might have been. My decision not to ask a question submitted by a juror is not a reflection on the person asking it, and you should not attach any significance to the failure to ask a question. By making legal rulings on the admissibility of questions, I did not intend to suggest or express any opinion about the question. My decision whether or not to allow a question is based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law and not on the facts of this particular case. It is my responsibility to assure that all parties receive a fair trial according to the law and the rules of evidence. The fact that certain questions were not asked must not affect your consideration of the evidence in any way. Do not give greater weight to questions or answers to questions that are submitted by yourself or your fellow jurors. In making your decision, you must consider all of the evidence that has been presented. Instruction number 33. Once you begin your deliberations, if you have a question, your foreperson should write it on a piece of paper, sign it, and give to the bailiff who will bring it to me. The court will then determine the appropriate way to answer the question. However, there may be some questions that under the law this court is not permitted to answer. Please do not speculate about what the answer to your question might have been or why the court is not able to answer a particular question. Finally, please be sure to keep the original question and response. Do not destroy them, as they are part of the official record in this case and must be returned to me when you return the instructions and verdict forms at the end of the case. I'm going to read to you instruction number 34 and go over the verdict forms at the conclusion of closing argument. It'll flow better if I do it that way. And the prosecution may deliver their closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment to set a couple things up.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The week of February 8th through February 16th of 2020 was a rough one. Two families lost two special people, and this man was at the center of all of it. The defense would have you believe that this is just an unlucky coincidence. The evidence that I'm about to go through, that you've heard for the last 2.5 weeks, will prove just the opposite. This tragedy, this loss of life, had one common denominator. It was Kevin Eastman. And it was his actions, and his actions alone, that resulted in the deaths of Heather Frank and Scott Sessions. So let's talk about those two people for a moment. In early February 2020, Heather Frank was doing well. She had a job she enjoyed. She was working for a longtime friend as a waitress at Doug's Day Diner in Loveland. She had finally obtained that physical separation from an abusive relationship. And she was doing things she loved to do. She spent time with her kids. She talked to them frequently. She hung out with them. And she was going to enjoy the things that she liked for herself: jazz music, going out, spending time with friends, concerts. At the same time, Scott Sessions was also doing well. He had finally gotten to a place where he was making a living doing what he truly loved, his passion, music. He was living on his own. He was dating. He was enjoying life with his band members, doing different gigs, playing with different groups, traveling with his band, and things were well in February of 2020. And they started to get to know each other. And you see that in these Facebook records that you were provided at the very beginning of the case. You can read for yourselves the back and forth exchange that starts on January 23rd when they become Facebook friends. And then they interact all the way up through February 6th. There was a period of time in there where Scott was gone out of town for a jazz competition in Memphis, Tennessee. So there was a gap there. But you can see these are two people who are interested in each other. It's the way it works. They were enjoying getting to know each other. And there was no change in tone on Heather's behalf, as the defense contends. Read these carefully. They tell you a lot about the early days of this relationship. I'm just going to read some parts to you. I'm not going to take the time to read all of them, but if we want to focus on Heather, and her reactions and her tone and the content of her messages. Scott initially starts the conversation saying, "Good morning, so nice to meet you at Blues Jam on Wednesday." Apparently they had met at a gig. They had exchanged Facebook numbers or emails or something, and they connected on Facebook through Messenger. "Hey Scott, nice to meet you too." And then her next messages, he talks about wanting to come to Doug's Diner. She says, "Nice, you should. Sunday, I'll be there." He asks when she works. She says, "I work Sunday through Wednesday." Then she asks, "Are you going to Queen Bee and the Stingers tonight?" And she sends him a promotional flyer, so to speak, for that event. And he says, "Great," essentially. And then he asks, "You live in Greeley, right?" She says, "I do live in Greeley. I would like to join you. I'll Uber there." He offers to pick her up. She says, "Sounds great. When are you going?" He gives a time. She provides her address. And she says, "If you come now, we can have a drink at my place if you want." And then they talk about what they like to drink. Beer, Crown Royal. She gives specific directions to how to find her door down the second walkway by the dumpster. And then apparently there is a meetup on January 24th. The next morning, January 25th, Scott sends text messages or Facebook messengers saying, "What a super fun night. How are you doing? Hope you got some good rest. Hopefully you're feeling good." And then there's a gap until after he gets back from Memphis. And he reaches back out and says, "Hiya, Heather. Hope your week was well. Miss seeing you at the Blues Jam. But I'd love to tell you about my trip to Memphis. It was really cool." She responds, again, February 6th. "Hi, Scott. My week was great. I was at the Blues Jam last night, just not on the dance floor. I seen a few of your posts when you were in Memphis last week. Looked amazing, and I'm sure your performance was outstanding!" Exclamation, exclamation. That's the evening of February 6th. There's no rift. There's no accusations of sexual immorality or that something happened that wasn't mutually agreeable. These are two people communicating that had met up, apparently gone out. Whether or not they were intimate, we don't know for sure, but there could be an inference to be drawn from that. But then things change a couple days later. We'll get there in a moment. Because at that same time, Kevin Eastman is in Parachute, Colorado, living with his sister. And things aren't going so well for Kevin Eastman. He's a broken man, as his sister described it. A man defeated by a breakup that was long overdue. He was financially unstable or struggling. He's dependent on his sister for housing and other things. He's failing in his sobriety. And he's secretly making arrangements behind his sister's back to find a way to come back to Greeley through employment with Troy Bonnell, because we know that there are phone calls going on about that time on February 3rd and February 7th between Troy and Kevin. And then things come to a head. On the night of February 7th, Kevin Eastman goes out drinking, and that's not approved in that situation and context. And so he ends up having to spend the night in his car on the driveway of his sister in Parachute, Colorado. And at 7:30 that next morning on the 8th, he makes the fateful decision to drive to Greeley. Straight line, unannounced, to Heather Frank's house or apartment. That changed a lot of lives, that decision. Because he inserted himself into something that was otherwise going well. And it became tragic. The beginning this case, Miss Guthrie told you this was a story about domestic violence. And it is. And it starts there with that insertion. Soon after he shows up in Greeley, two people who were loved by their family and friends lost their lives. But they didn't just die. They were brutally murdered. Scott Sessions was nearly decapitated by someone with a lot of force, steady, strong cutting motion with a large, sharp knife. And then his body was transported up Hooter Canyon, left in the woods, and set on fire. A crime of rage, if you will. Within a week, Heather Frank was found in that condition. Shot to the heart area twice at close range, one in contact with her skin or clothing. One ambushed, one shot to the heart. Coincidence? No way. At the beginning of this case, like I said, we introduced the concept of domestic violence because at its core, that's what this case is about. Interestingly, Scott Sessions likely never heard the name Kevin Eastman and certainly never met him, at least face to face, because he didn't give him that chance. But at its core, this is a story of a long-term domestic violence relationship playing out to its predictably tragic end. It was going to happen. You heard all the testimony. Those around Heather observed all the risk factors that the expert Gene McAllister talked about: obsessive controlling behavior, extreme jealousy, escalating violence, threats of violence, strangulation. All the signs were there. It was going to happen, and it did, times two. Her son and closest confidant, Alex McLaughlin, saw the cycle start as early as 2015, and he had to call the police and get them involved when Kevin went for the throat and then attacked Alex. And he witnessed that rage again later in that relationship. And he was worried about his mother's safety up until the time of her death as a result. But it wasn't just Alex. Her boss, Allison Nobley, friend of 20 years, tried to get her to leave the relationship out of her concerns as well. Heather's response was, no, he wouldn't take it well, and it would be dangerous for me, quote unquote. It was dangerous for her as it played out. In September of 2019, Heather went to a haircut appointment with Angela Lesbrance, if you call her testimony. Angela described being alarmed by injuries that she saw on Heather during that haircut appointment. She saw the bald spot where Kevin had yanked her hair out violently. And then she saw the marks on Heather's neck. And she said to Heather, "You can come stay with me. He doesn't know where I live." Unfortunately, Heather responded, "No, things will be okay now that he's moved out." They weren't okay. Earlier in 2019, Heather's friend and customer, Anthony Velarde, responded to Heather's request for help by driving over to her apartment to bring her to a place of safety after she's expressed fear of Kevin, only to have her not respond when he got there and parked outside her house, and he texted her and says, "I'm here." No response. 2 texts, no response. So he leaves. What happens as soon as he leaves? He gets 5 Facebook messages from Kevin Eastman, going by Kevin Quintana at that point in the Facebook messages, saying, "Come back here and I'll kill you. I'm a roughneck. That's my wife. I'll stab you in the face with a screwdriver, and nobody will ever find your body." We will find out later that Kevin Eastman is not as good at hiding dead bodies as he boasted to Anthony Velarde. How was Kevin Eastman in a position to know Velarde was coming to Heather's rescue? Because of an act that repeated itself over and over. He was monitoring her phone, and he was utterly incapable of controlling his jealousy. On February 8th, Scott Sessions walked into the final act of a cycle of violence that would take 2 lives over the course of the next week. He never saw it coming. Literally, ambushed from behind by a man with an anger fueled by jealousy and a large, sharp knife. That kind of sums up where we are in this case. We're going to get into a lot more details because the facts, the details matter. But before we go there, let's talk a little bit about what your job is going to be over the next day, or however long it takes you to come to a verdict. So I want to talk about the role of a jury for a second. First role of a jury is you are what we call the fact finder, or the trier of fact. What that means is that it is your job to decide what the truth is about the events that have been presented to you. You take all of the evidence, testimony, physical items of evidence, photos, scientific evidence, you filter it through your common sense, and you reach a conclusion as to what happened. The facts, the true facts. And then you take those facts and engage in the second part of your job. And that's the application of fact or truth to law. The law in this case is composed primarily of the elements of the crimes. There are all those jury instructions that we have. That's the law of the case. But you're going to take the facts that you found to be true, the reality of what happened, February 8th, February 16th, and everything in between. And you look at the elements of the crimes. The prosecution has proven beyond reasonable doubt each of the elements of those crimes. You took an oath to find the defendant guilty. If the prosecution did not prove to your satisfaction and to the law the elements of those crimes, you took an oath to find them not guilty, and you should. That's your job, those 2 steps. So let's break it down into that component, those 2 components, if you will. Facts and law. Let's start with the facts. Facts are just rational conclusions based on the evidence. In jury selection, we talked to some about different kinds of facts or different kinds of conclusions that can be drawn in different types of evidence. We talked about direct evidence and circumstantial evidence, and that the law doesn't favor one over the other. Especially in murder cases, we often have to rely on circumstantial evidence. Why? Because the person on the other end of that autopsy can't come back and tell us what happened. So we have to look at all of the circumstances, all of the context in which that death occurred, to backtrack, to figure out what happened. And that's what we're going to do in this case. The jury instructions give you a little bit more guidance on how to do this job. They tell you that in reaching your conclusions, and I'm just going to refer you to the last sentence of the first jury instruction. Page 2 of 2 of jury instruction number 1. Kind of sums up your job this way. Finally, you should consider all of the evidence in light of your experience in life. In other words, don't set your common sense aside. Bring it into this job. It is your most critical asset. You know how things work in life. You know when somebody's being truthful with you or not. You know how people act in certain circumstances. Don't set your common sense or your life experience aside. It is everything in the role of a juror. It's the lens through which you view the evidence. And I encourage you to use all of it. So, when we look at a murder case like this, we often think about it in terms of 5 questions, the W questions as we call them. What happened? Where did it happen? Why did it happen? Who did it? And when did it happen? We're going to talk about the what for a while, but I want to focus in on the who and the why. Because the why tells you a lot about the who in this case. Motive reveals killer. The defense suggested in opening statements that the investigation in this case and the prosecution was built on assumptions and hunches. That is a mixed characterization of what you have heard and seen in photos and everything else over the last 2.5 weeks. You've heard from over 50 witnesses. You will have more than 250 exhibits at your disposal. The court reporter's desk at one point was nearly collapsing under the weight of the evidence in this case. What you saw stacked up there are not hunches, they're not assumptions, they're facts and evidence. And that's what I'm asking you to base your verdict on. Now, yes, in every case, educated hunches are made at the beginning by the police. That's how an investigation moves forward. They have to generate some kind of hypothesis. These things don't just come to them. They have to go out and get facts. So they generate an idea, and then they test it, and then they see what the answer is, and then they go where it leads them. If that's a hunch and assumption, that's how this works. But then you see the evidence that you get back, and you analyze it, and then you act. And that's what they did in this case. A hunch that maybe if we get a search warrant for Heather Frank's apartment, we might find evidence of Scott Sessions' death. Yeah, that was a hunch. How did it play out? We ended up with a pool of blood at the entryway of her apartment. That's no longer a hunch or an assumption. That's a fact. When educated hunchers are later supported by the evidence, that's what we call a fact. And that's what I'm asking you to rely on in this case. So let's put those facts back together. This is a long case. I don't need to tell you that. You've lived it. You heard evidence 2.5 weeks ago. There's a lot of detail in this case. I know a lot of you are taking really good notes, but it's hard to capture all of it. So I want to go back chronologically and kind of review the evidence, if I may, for a while. And I think that progression of the investigation and that chronological timeline will be helpful in understanding how these events played out. So we start with 2013. That's when they started dating, Kevin Eastman and Heather Frank. And it sounds like everything was going pretty well at the beginning. By 2015, the cycle of violence had started, resulting in police involvement at the instigation of Alex, not Heather. By 2019, especially the fall and into the winter of 2019, they had broken up. The defendant had moved away, and his sister's advice was right on the money. It should have stayed that way. He should have stayed away. 2 people would still be alive today if he had stayed away. But he didn't. He came back. And so then we get to this timeline of January 23rd through February 6th, and that's the development of the relationship that we just talked about through Facebook and in person between Heather Frank and Scott Sessions, and that's taking place in that time period. And we also know during that time period, Kevin Eastman's negotiating with Troy Bunnell to come back and work for him. Then and here are some of those Facebook messages. There's one important component to these Facebook messages that I'm going to ask you to pay attention to and highlight here. The first message that's exchanged between Heather Frank's phone and Scott Sessions' phone on February 8th, the night of Scott Sessions' death, doesn't happen until 5:13 p.m. I skills in PowerPoint are improved. I've got a big red arrow. So, why do I point that out? Because what happens at 5:13 is, that is when Heather Frank's phone initiates contact with Scott Sessions, and just out of the blue on Saturday night, her phone texts, "Want to come over?" Question mark. He says, "Sure, I just need to hop in the shower. How about I send you a message when I'm out, put some clothes on, sound groovy?" Classic jazz music. But let's think about this in the context of some of the other evidence. What does Kevin Eastman repeatedly describe happening in this case? In his interview, over and over and over and over again, he claims to Detectives Atwood and Maya, "I showed up," he says 4 o'clock, the phone records say 2:30-ish, which would be about right if you're leaving Grand Junction, leaving Parachute at 7:30 in the morning. 2:34, let's say, sometime in that period he gets to Heather's house. What does he say that Heather does? He says, "Heather tells me to basically get lost because she has a date." She didn't have a date. The date doesn't materialize until 5:13 p.m. He's been there for quite a while at that point. So who really sent that text? "Want to come over?" At one point in the interview, you might recall Detective Myatt says, "Some people might say that it was you who was luring Scott Sessions over that night." Sign up. I'm saying that. That's not Heather Frank. That's Scott Sessions on Heather Frank's Facebook account. That's Scott Sessions, that is Kevin Eastman monitoring Heather Frank's phone. So, he arrives at the 2 o'clock hour. Scott Sessions leaves his house at approximately 6:22, according to the phone records. By 6:27, he has moved, and his phone is in the vicinity of Heather Frank's apartment. At that point, all 3 phones are in the vicinity of Heather Frank's apartment. By 6:30 p.m. on Saturday the 8th, all 3 phones are in one spot. And you heard about the conversation that Scott Sessions was having with his father as he drove to that location in that same time period. And you had Kevin Hoyland testifying that by 7:30, those phones have been there for a while. And they remained there, all 3 of them, the rest of that night and into the next morning. Eventually, Scott Sessions' phone just stopped signaling. Whether it ran out of battery power or was turned off, we don't know. But at some point, Scott Sessions' phone, which is never found, just stops working at 5:19 a.m. the next morning. But we also know Scott Sessions never did anything outgoing after that phone call with his father at 6, when he hung up around 6:30. There were never any further outgoing text messages. There were never any further outgoing calls. There was no further activity on Scott Sessions' phone initiated by him ever again after 6:30 when he arrives at that location. So Troy Bonnell, what's he doing? Well, one, he's waiting for Kevin Eastman to show up. Kevin Eastman was supposed to show up on February 4th. He didn't. But Troy Bonnell's just doing his thing. On February 8th, there are there are a number of outgoing calls. And then into February 9th, again, outgoing calls, all hitting off of the tower and sector consistent with him being at his house over near Kersey. He wasn't at Heather Frank's house. He wasn't up the Pooter Canyon either of those days. He's making outgoing phone calls on those dates from near his house. All right, so then what do we have? The night of the 8th and then into the morning of the 9th, which is Sunday, those phones don't leave that house until 6:55 a.m. on Sunday the 9th. Then you start seeing movement. You see Heather Frank's and Kevin Eastman's phone leave the area of Heather Frank's apartment and in tandem move together towards Ted's place at the mouth of the Pooter Canyon. They are signaling off of the Ted's Place tower, or the one closest to it, at about 7:50 a.m. And then they go silent for a while, presumably because they enter the Pooter Canyon and they lose reception. Due to some creative hunches, if you want to call them that, but good police work is what I would call it, the Laramie County Sheriff's Office starts gathering surveillance videos from businesses along the Highway 14 up the Pooter Canyon. And they find this video from the Mishawaka Resort. At 8:37, they see a vehicle, a Subaru Crosstrek, matching the description of the defendant's vehicle with the same damage to the front end. Past Mishawaka at 8:37, headed westbound up the Pooter Canyon toward Pingree Park. And then it's eastbound past the same camera at 11:46, later that same night. There's the damage. You can see it in the video. Now, before we get to the 10th, let's talk about what else happens on the 9th. They drive back to Heather's place, consistent with the phone records. They arrive back in the early afternoon. Scott doesn't show up for his band gig that night, which causes some alarm for his bandmates, and they talk to his father, who also starts becoming alarmed. The next morning, well, I skipped over one thing. On the 9th, Heather Frank sent a text message to her boss at 3:21 a.m. saying that she wasn't coming to work because she was sick. And she didn't come to work. So then, we get to the 10th. Heather Frank goes to work early in the morning. Allison Nobley notes that she looks rough, like she'd been crying all night. And then the snowplow driver finds Scott Sessions' body burning off of Pingree Park Road sometime around 8 a.m. And the investigation begins. Laramie County Sheriff's Office responds. They start processing the scene. They make diagrams. They're looking at evidence. They take photographs. That's Scott Sessions' resting place. That's where we put him, in that condition, hoping that nobody would ever see it. But he was wrong. We got lucky. The snowplow driver saw the plume of smoke and decided to act on it, go put out what he thought was an old campfire, and that's what he finds. They also collect other items of evidence. You heard all about the shoe or footwear impressions at different places. The testimony by Jamie Smith and Dan Gilliam was that in total there were 3 different types of shoes on scene that they recognized. One being a vibrant footprint, another being more of an athletic shoe, if I recall, and then a third one. He also talked about the fact that there appeared to be 2 sets of shoe prints exiting each side of the vehicle that had backed into the snowbank off of the road, and from which the body appeared to have been taken and deposited in that location. Then there was another shoe print found, and then there was a trail where people had appeared to walk from the area of the body and the burning log to an area where there was a downed tree, so you would gather branches to use as kindling, apparently, to put on top of the body. And that there had been a separate path to that tree. Now, everybody was pretty consistent that law enforcement and the Division of Wildlife guy and the snowplow driver, etc., used a path to get to the body. The Division of Wildlife guy testified, well, then he walked around the tree that was next to the body in different places. And I asked him, okay, what about this down tree over in different places? I don't recognize that. So do you know if anybody walked from law enforcement or EMS or anybody else, if anybody walked in that area? I don't know. So do we know for sure whether or not there were 2 people depositing that body or 3? We don't know for sure. It may be footwear impressions from somebody else uninvolved with the body dump. Or it's possible that there was 3 people that was involved in that. We don't know. So then we get to February 11th. We start off February 11th by finding the surveillance video where Scott Sessions' car is being dropped off in the King Soopers parking lot at 6:49 a.m. And you saw the video where somebody drives it in from the south side of the parking lot, parks it, gets out of the driver's side, walks around, walks back around to the driver's side. That person actually takes the floor mat from the driver's side and puts it on the ground. Why? Covering up tracks. At that point, Scott Sessions' body recovery is going to make news. The driver spends 90 seconds standing outside that driver's side door, walking around to the passenger side, back to the driver's side, shuffling his feet. We'll talk about the car a little bit later. Then we have the autopsy of Scott Sessions. I know these aren't fun to look at, but they're relevant. These pictures are relevant because they tell you something about what was happening. Dr. Wilkerson described the cause of death, identified as a sharp force injury to the neck and head, starting from the front to back, left to right, slightly downward, transecting the jugular vein, and the vertebral artery and the vertebrae itself were also damaged. And that this would require a steady, hard cut. The body was also covered in, there was a blue cloth and duct tape around the head and clear plastic around the upper body. He also testified that the thermal injuries, the burning, were all post-mortem based on the lack of damage to the lungs. So the body was burned after it was, this person, Scott Sessions, was killed. The murder, the death, was from the knife to the neck. He described it as an ambush style from behind. So later that afternoon, before I go there, also noted by Dr. Wilkerson at the autopsy were the defensive wounds to Scott Sessions' hands, each of them, suffering cuts as if he had tried at one last gasp for life to defend himself against the knife that was at his throat. It didn't work, unfortunately. All right. So then later that same day on the 11th, Stan Sessions reports Scott Sessions as a missing person to the Greeley Police Department. Eventually, Greeley goes over to Scott Sessions' house, and you heard Detective Prill testify that one of the things he did while there was gather some paperwork that appeared to have some passwords written on it. That becomes important because ultimately he transfers those passwords to Larimer County, who's looking into Scott Sessions' death at that point. Because Scott Sessions had, earlier on the 11th, been identified as the dead body recovered from Pingree Park. What we also know happened on the 11th from the phone records and the testimony is that Troy Bunnell is getting frustrated that his truck hasn't been worked on, that Kevin Eastman hasn't shown up as he promised to do, and so he goes looking for Kevin Eastman at the only other place he knows Kevin to hang out in Greeley, and that's at Heather Frank's house. And the phone records showed Troy to go to Kevin's house at approximately 4:24 p.m., and then he drives back to his house. Later that night at 8 p.m., for the first time, Kevin's phone goes to Troy Bunnell's house and remains there until 5 a.m. on the 12th. So they spend that evening together, or at least Kevin Eastman spends it at Troy's house, the night of the 11th. So what happens on the 12th then? First of all, Kevin Eastman drives to Longmont and back. We know that from the receipts because he went to a Subaru dealership and got oil change on the morning of the 12th at a dealership in Longmont. But what he also does that morning is he texts Heather Frank the morning of the 12th at 7:16 a.m. And again, you got to remember, you take the UTC and minus 7 to get the accurate time. 7:16 in the morning, she's at work, and he texts her and he says, $500 a week plus room and board, I can't make it on that. I bought some cleaning stuff. Interesting. Was going to run it by your place, toilet paper too. Not only is the cleaning stuff interesting, what do they need to clean up, and why is he talking about cleaning stuff? But this first part's also interesting. This would tell you that he has, just for the first time, talked to Troy Bunnell about the arrangements of their employment relationship. He was not at Troy Bunnell's house on that date. If so, they would have talked about this way back then. He went to Troy Bunnell's for the first time on the 11th, the night of the 11th. And then he's reporting back to Heather Frank. These are the terms of my employment, $500 a week plus room and board. Because he just learned them, because he had just talked to Troy. On the 11th, not the 8th, not the 9th. And then the next thing in sequence is that at 11 o'clock in the morning, Deputy Thomas locates Scott Sessions' vehicle in the King Soopers parking lot. He finds the floor mat on the ground. He finds a dome light removed, keys left in the ignition, and some beer left on the passenger seat. He secured the vehicle and had it towed. Law enforcement activity taking place in the King Soopers parking lot at 11 o'clock in the morning on the 12th. Why is that important? Because shortly thereafter, 2:41 that same afternoon, Kevin Eastman sends another Facebook message to Heather Frank. The house is hot. We're trying not to step where we spilled the water. Darcy Fiddick didn't testify to any observations of wine being spilled because there wasn't a wine spill. You know what he's talking about there. He's talking code. Why? Because the house is hot, because he knows the car from the King Soopers parking lot, which is just around the corner from Heather's apartment, has been taken away. He's coming and going from Heather's, and it's gone, and now he knows, uh-oh, they're getting a little close. So then we get to the 13th. Troy Bonnell and Kevin Eastman make a delivery to Halliburton in Fort Lupton on that day, according to both Troy Bonnell and Kevin Eastman's statement to investigators. Kevin Eastman talks to Troy Bonnell during that delivery about wanting to spend Valentine's Day with his girlfriend and talks about proposing to her on Valentine's Day. Then we get to the 14th. First thing that happens on the 14th is Lieutenant Ben Hess of the Laramie County starts using those passwords that that Detective Prill had given him from Scott Sessions. And he uses that password to get into Scott Sessions' Facebook account. And then he finds this. That's the first big break in this case, if you will. He realizes that Scott Sessions, the night he goes missing, had made arrangements to meet up or go to the home of Heather Frank, based on the Facebook exchanges, on the 8th. So they had already gotten or received Scott Sessions' phone location data. So then they get connected to Heather Frank based on those phone records and those Facebook records, and they get Heather Frank's phone records. They start doing a little bit more digging, and they uncover the connection between Heather Frank and Kevin Eastman, so they get his phone records too. And when they compare them, they realize on the 14th that all three phones, Scott Sessions, Heather Frank, and Kevin Eastman, were all in the vicinity of Heather Frank's apartment at the time Scott goes missing. And now they've got something to look at. And so, later that afternoon, Laramie County installs a tracking device on Kevin Eastman's Subaru, and they install a surveillance camera outside of Heather Frank's apartment. And that's going to become really important over the next 2 days. We also know from Kevin Eastman's statement to detectives later that he does propose marriage that night to Heather Frank, and it doesn't go well. He gets turned down again. And that doesn't sit well with him, as he describes to those detectives. We also know on the 14th and 15th, Troy Bonnell is still trying to get his truck worked on. There are text messages that Troy Bonnell is sending to Kevin Eastman saying, "Bro, please text me back. Good morning, big guy. Hey, can we possibly meet up and make a game plan for the first couple of things needing worked on?" Troy Bonnell on the night of the 14th, or afternoon of the 14th, and the morning of the 15th, is still trying to get Kevin Eastman to show up to actually do some work. So, on the 15th, that eventually happens, but not before Kevin Eastman does some other things. We know from the testimony that initially Kevin Eastman goes to Best Buy in Centerra at 12:39 in the afternoon, buys a phone. He returns to Best Buy and returns that same phone at 3:27 p.m. In between 12:29 and 3:27, we know that there's a receipt for a Samsung phone and packaging for a Samsung phone found in Heather's apartment later that puts a purchase of that Samsung at Walmart at 2:30. I submit to you the logical interpretation of that evidence is Kevin Eastman went to Best Buy, spent way too much money on a phone at Best Buy, was at Walmart, saw a phone much cheaper, bought the phone at Walmart, and then returned to Best Buy and returned the more expensive phone and got minutes put on this new phone. I submit to you that what this is a burner phone. He's making plans. Because what happens later that afternoon? Well, what we know is from the surveillance camera that at 5:14 in the evening of the 15th, the surveillance camera outside Heather Frank's apartment. Oops, I forgot to show you the Walmart receipt, so you got that. Okay, so then we get to this surveillance camera outside of Heather Frank's apartment on the 15th, 5:14 p.m. This is important. This is what Kevin Eastman doesn't want to acknowledge for 5 hours in his interview. That he left Heather Frank's apartment at that time and drove her to Troy Bunnell's. He refuses to go there, no matter how obvious the evidence is. Why? Because this is a critical fact. So let's watch it. They're walking out from the area of Heather Frank's apartment. Heather Frank is wearing the same light pink sweater that she is found dead in the next day. And she's got that dark jacket with orange interior in her arms. And Kevin Eastman has that same hat on that he's arrested in, and the same flannel that he's arrested in the next day. And they're getting into the Subaru with the front end damage. There is no denying who that is and whose car that is. And they drive away at 5:14 p.m. And they arrive at Troy's, driving directly there based on the tracker data. Drive directly to Troy's and arrive there sometime around 5:30. Troy Bunnell testifies that he remembers Kevin Eastman arriving in the early evening. He met him initially out by the main garage doors, and Kevin asking to drop off some tools. He directed Kevin to the east side of the garage. He goes around and opens the man door to let Kevin into the garage, and Kevin begins putting tools in the garage and just inside the man door. The next thing that happens on the 15th is that Donnie Robbins, knowing where the tracker device had gone, goes out and does some quick surveillance at Bunnell's property between 8 and 9 p.m. He sees lights on in the detached garage at Troy's property, doesn't see the Subaru, but knows it's there on the property based on the tracking device. Then we get to later that night. There's Troy Bunnell's property. The east side of the garage where the door is over here. For reference, the burn pit is way down here. This is the main house. Later that night, 8:56 to be exact, the tracker shows Kevin Eastman's car driving from Troy Bunnell's house directly out to this access road next to the South Platte River, and then directly back. Leaves at 8:56, drives out, arrives at the river at 9:19, stays for several minutes, couple minutes, and then is back on the road and heads directly back to Troy Bunnell's house. What's happening there? Stop it there. Do we find the gun? No. But there's no other logical explanation about what he's doing there. It's December. He's not taking a dip in the it's February. He's not taking a dip. There's only one reason why at 8:56 he is driving out to that location, spending 2 minutes, and then driving right back. We never find that gun. Jennifer Edmonds testified that she was told that she was going to be meeting Troy's new mechanic. She gets a few energy drinks and heads over there. And she thinks she gets there sometime around 11 p.m. And then meets Kevin briefly. Kevin comes in. He leaves. She never sees Heather Frank. Same with Troy Bunnell. Never sees Heather Frank. Why? Heather Frank's dead before he makes that trip. That's what the evidence in its totality, applied through your common sense, tells you. Then Jennifer Edmonds and Troy Bonnell head off to the bedroom for the rest of the night, where they stay there until 4 o'clock in the morning, not sleeping. And then Troy's phone puts him in the sector nearest his house when there's a phone call between him and Jennifer Edmonds right after she leaves at 4:42 a.m., based on the phone records. Troy's phone, he's there with Jennifer Edmonds all night. Kevin Eastman is not. So even after he comes back at 9:42, he leaves again at 12:32. And he makes this trip, and he goes counterclockwise, if you will. Leaves Troy Bonnell's, drives out into Pawnee grasslands. This is the middle of nowhere, if you're familiar with 12 County at all. There is nothing out here. This is as rural as eastern Weld County gets. He's driving around. This is a huge area. Dirt roads. You saw some of the video. You get a sense of what's out there, and it's nothing. Interestingly enough, when they asked him about this trip during his interview, what does he say? We drove around. We. Who's the we? We know Troy Bonnell's still at his house with Jennifer Edmonds. That we is Heather Frank. She's in that car. She's already dead. He's looking for a resting place. He doesn't fly one apparently, because he comes back 6:39 in the morning. He's out there most of the night, driving around nowhere, eastern Weld County. He arrives back at Troy Bonnell's at 6:39. Donnie Robbins has finally gotten a little bit of sleep and then wakes up and sees that he should probably get out to Weld County Road 45 and see what Kevin Eastman's up to, because he has seen the tracker data and what Kevin Eastman has been doing throughout the night, and that alarms him. And he's worried that Kevin Eastman is destroying evidence from the Scott Sessions murder. Little did he know, there was a second victim at that point. So Donnie Robbins drives out to Troy Bonnell's house and starts doing surveillance. And with his binoculars, what does he see when he arrives? He sees Kevin Eastman tending to a burn pit and a plume of smoke. That burn pit on the left. And that happens, if I recall correctly, about 7:30 in the morning. Excuse me, 8:30 in the morning. Because then Donnie Robbins, who is also aware that overnight Kevin Eastman has driven to the river and back, he's worried that something from Scott Sessions' murder is in the river, so he goes out to the river, does a quick check, doesn't find anything, but then he's worried something's going on in that burn pit, so he posts it back to Troy Bonnell's house. At that point, he intersects Kevin Eastman driving away in his Subaru from Troy Bonnell's house, and he follows him. And he follows him directly to the Phillips 66 gas station in Curzon, where he sees Kevin Eastman filling a red gas at the gas pump. And that's it. He's got to make the arrest. Even though he doesn't have backup, he's not in a marked patrol car, but he's got to make the arrest. He can't let Kevin Eastman take that gas can back to the burn pit and burn whatever he's going to burn. Again, little did he know. That wasn't about Scott Sessions at that point. There was a new victim, a second victim. Under the tabletop in the wood pile, 20 feet from where Kevin Eastman was tending to a burn pit at 7:30 that point. He'd only been back an hour from his drive about Weld County. He's here. Heather Frank is under that table right there. So Donnie Robbins then arrests Kevin right around 9 o'clock in the morning at the gas station. And what he finds when he arrests Kevin Eastman is in possession of this knife. It was shown to you, it was paraded in front of you the other day. It was resealed, so but you saw it. That's in his pocket when he's arrested at 9 o'clock on the morning of the 16th. What we also eventually know is he has something else in his pocket. 2 spent .22 shell casings and 3 live rounds. Deputy Coleman finds those items. He turns them over to Aaron Horwitz, who ultimately logs them into evidence. And you have those items as well. Can't see much, but there's been testimony about 2 spent shell casings, 3 live rounds, from Kevin Eastman's pocket the morning of the 16th.
You're at the 1 hour mark.
Thank you. And so then they start searching Troy Bunnell's property. They get a search warrant. They pull Troy out in his underwear. They take him to Will County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed. Kevin Eastman is going to start being interviewed at the Larimer County Sheriff's Office in Fort Collins at the same time, while this search warrant is beginning to take place at Troy Bunnell's property. So what do they find? Well, they find the cooler, the tools, the clothes. They find an ammo box in the cooler, missing 6 rounds. There are 44 rounds out of 50 remaining in that ammo box. What kind of gun does Troy Bunnell say he's missing? He's missing a 6-shooter revolver. Somewhere there's an extra round, because you got 2 spec casings in Kevin Eastman's pocket, you've got 3 live rounds, and then you've got the ammo box in his cooler. Is this his cooler? Well, there's gloves in there. There's a snip tool to cut things such as baling wire. And then there is this paperwork. This paperwork proves exactly whose cooler this is. It's got Kevin Eastman's name on it. It's got the last 4 of social. It's talking about an appeal. It's got staffing agencies, Rifle Works, Rifle Colorado. Think back to his sister's testimony about what he was doing for work out there and where. Rifle is right by a parachute. This is Kevin Eastman's cooler. That's Kevin Eastman's paperwork. Those are Kevin Eastman's cheats, which, as you know, also become important. Also, while searching through the property, they find a Connex box with this plastic roll of visqueen. What they don't find is this gun. The gun that Troy Bunnell said he received from his father as a pair. One got stolen. He had this one left. And he sent this picture to the detective to show the detective when he had reported the other gun stolen. He sent this picture of the remaining gun to the detective to show him what it looked like, because they were a matching set. This is the gun. 6-shooter revolver. For whatever reason, after shooting Heather Frank twice near the heart, he took something of that action. And he dumped the cylinder into his hand and put him in his pocket. And I don't know if he dropped one or if there were only 5 in there or whatever. But he kept something from his act. He kept it in his pocket. This gun was never found. but this is the gun. That's the toolbox where it should have been. It wasn't. At the same time that they're searching Heather Bonnell's house, Troy Bonnell's house, they're also searching Heather Frank's house. This is all happening at the same time. You've got Kevin Eastman being interviewed in Lerner County. You've got Troy Bonnell being interviewed in Law County. You've got investigators in Greeley at Heather's apartment, and you've got investigators conducting a search at Troy Bonnell's property. All taking place simultaneously, more or less. And a lot of information is coming in. And that's ultimately what they find at Heather and Frank's apartment, at the entryway. Once they pulled back a rubber mat that was over the top of the carpet that they had tried to clean, there was a pool of blood on the entryway. There's blood cast off on the couch. There's cleaning supplies. You could see in this photo on the left, you got detergent and paper towels. Also on this photo, you see Kevin Eastman's phone and Heather Frank's phone left on the table. Kevin Eastman has the new phone that he bought. What do we know about that phone? It was a factory reset, according to the analyst. When did that factory reset happen? 5:12 p.m. on the 15th. 2 minutes before he left in that video from the surveillance camera for Troy Bonnell's house with Heather Frank. There's also cleaning supplies in that cubby area back behind the entryway. There's stripped bed. Heather Frank's wallet is still there. Her phone, Kevin Eastman's phone. So, while this search is taking place, the defendant's being interviewed by Justin Atwood and Detective Myatt in Fort Collins. At the beginning of this case, Ms. Guthrie mentioned in opening statements that there's an old adage, a truism, if you will. When you're caught doing something and you're confronted with that something, that you explain what you can't deny and deny what you can't explain. What you saw in that video of the interview of Kevin Eastman was a 5-hour game of cat and mouse between a suspect trying to figure out how much the police knew and trying to conform his answers to that evidence. He was never able to do it. The interview starts about 10:20. At 10:40, he's asked for the first time where Heather Frank is currently, because at that point they didn't know. And they were getting a little concerned. Well, he says, the last time I saw Heather Frank was yesterday when she asked him to go to Loveland with her to make a car payment. And then at 10:47, he says, well, she should be at work right now since it's Sunday. And the last time I saw her was when we got back from Loveland at 3:30 or 4 o'clock the day before. And then he says, and then I left by myself without her, and I haven't seen her since. We know that's not true from the video. Why is he covering that up? At 10:51, he admits that he had asked Heather Frank to marry him on the 14th and that she had said there was no way, and it made him feel deflated and worthless. At 11:03, he admits in the video that Heather Frank not wanting him makes him not want to live anymore. It destroys a little bit of him every time this happens. At 11:15, the detectives finally start asking him about Scott Sessions. At 11:23, he says that he knew that Scott Sessions had gone to Tennessee for a blues jam and that it had come out that he and Heather had been intimate and that it wasn't mutually agreeable, but he didn't believe her because she had later taken the boys to see him play. How did he know all that information? One way. He'd been looking at her phone. because it's all in here. It's all in her Facebook messages with Scott Sessions. That's the only way he knows that information, is if he's monitoring her phone. And what does he do when he monitors her phone and makes that realization? That's when he concocts his plan to lure Scott Sessions to his death. And you're our help for him,
You are, let's see,
however you want to
you have,
phrase it.
you have 51 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. They then confront him with their knowledge that all three of them were at Heather Frank's apartment the night of the 8th. And then he kind of shifts gears and, well, I can't remember. I can't remember shit. I have checkout disassociations. His brain won't let him go there, he says. They inform him of the evidence that they know he was up the Poudre Canyon on the 9th. The phone records, the Mishawaka video, and then, oh yes, now I remember, she was sick that night, and so I came and picked her up. She was puking, and she wanted to go to the mountains for breakfast. But he continues to deny knowing anything about what happened at Heather Frank's apartment or about a body being dumped in the Poudre Canyon. Explain what you can't deny. More denials. Then there are some breaks where you might recall him praying out loud and writing on the board when there's nobody else in the interview room. I submit to you that that's camera play. He knows that he's being recorded. Then they come back in and he suggests a hypothetical. And this is interesting. If you're there to speak the truth and you're being asked and confronted about a murder, why do you pose a hypothetical? The hypothetical that he poses, even after he has already admitted to driving up the Poudre Canyon on the 9th to go to Glen Echo Restaurant with Heather because she wanted breakfast, even though she'd been sick all night, but okay. But then he poses a hypothetical when they come back into the witness room, or the interview room. He says, how about this? I left Heather's at 4 p.m. on the 8th, but then I returned at 4 a.m. on the 9th to see if she needed a ride to work. She asked to borrow my car, and then I slept in the garage and didn't see her again until Monday the 10th. What? He just admitted having gone up the Poudre Canyon on the 9th with her. Now he's coming up with some scenario where he didn't go up the Poudre Canyon with her because it's dawned on him, oh, wait, that doesn't look good for me. And so he's coming up with these false, fabricated scenarios to give them. To give them something. They show him the video of him and Heather Frank getting into the car and leaving the apartment at 5:17. And then they tell him that they have a new development. That Heather Frank has been found and she's in the same condition as Scott Sessions.
She's carrying some stuff and you're walking behind her.
I told you we had new developments.
She gets in the front seat of your car. You put something in the back seat. You get in the car. She doesn't get out. No, hold on a second. We're watching this one, okay?
Well, I was just gonna
Hold
show
on a
you.
second. No, we're watching this. Okay, that's your car. And you drive away. And you don't know what this tells us? What we know is that you drove away with Heather last night and she never returned to your house, or to her house. And that we had a tracker on your car and we tracked you going out to the house out in Will County, the farm where the barn is, where the burn pit is, that you were tending to this morning.
Right.
Okay? And we found Heather. And Heather is in the same condition that Scott is.
It's time to start talking.
This is the time that you need to talk. If you're not going to tell us the truth.
That wasn't new news to him. Look at that reaction. he would have you believe that's the first moment that he finds out that the woman that is everything to him has been killed. And that's his reaction. No way. He knew it. He doesn't claim to know it. He keeps on denying knowing it, and he keeps on denying being in that car that we see on the video driving away. Explain what you can't deny, but deny what you can't explain. He can't explain that. So he just tries to deny. Contrast that to Troy Bonnell's reaction that you saw in the video that was played for you during testimony. The fabrications, the falsehoods, the games, the contradictions, the hypotheticals, these are all the actions of a guilty man, not an innocent man. The innocent man walks in there and tells them what they're looking to know. And then he makes an insightful comment at 15:13, quote, "I never really had Heather anyway, and I definitely won't have her after this." That's where his head is. The 18th, we get to the autopsy of Heather. She's got the cigarette pack tucked up against her neck there. She's wrapped in plastic visqueen and baling wire. This is the autopsy of Heather Frank. She's got 2 exit wounds on her, or gunshot wounds on her front, 2 exit wounds on her back, a little bit of blood on her sweater. She's wearing this, and she's wrapped up as well. At some point between driving away and her being killed, she was outside because she put on her bigger coat. Because there's a little bit of blood on the inside of this bigger jacket, and there's some blood around the fur lining of the hood. She was wearing that. Blood never got all the way through to the backside, so there wouldn't be any blood anywhere to be found. It's all contained within her, essentially, and on her sweater. And the bullet. They pull that bullet out, and then they do a search of Kevin's Subaru, and 1 seat up, 2 seats down in the back. Marlboro cigarettes, cleaning supplies, baking soda. And then as the scientific evidence or testing trickled in, the evidence in support of Kevin Eastman being the killer continued to grow. You've got Kiara Wench, who tested the DNA evidence. She gave you these verbal scales, and I'm going to have to go through this quickly. But she identifies the blood stains collected, or the swabs taken from the blood stains at Heather Frank's apartment. The likelihood ratios that she described was 1.7 septillion. 1.7 followed by 24 zeros. Very strong support. That's Scott Sessions' blood. That's where he died. That's the subfloor, ladies and gentlemen. It has to go through the carpet, the padding, and still has that degree of stain to the wood block. Then she tests the jeans found at Troy Bonnell's house, but in the pile of clothing next to Kevin Eastman's cooler. Those are positive for the presence of blood. 1.8 septillion, very strong support on the likelihood ratio. Heather Frank's DNA, was on the duct tape from the blue cloth around Scott Sessions' head. Nobody's arguing that Heather Frank wasn't present at Pingree Park. So that shouldn't surprise anybody. They were both there. Troy Bonnell's DNA was on the cigarette pack, 5.6 septillion. And the swab from the neck was uninformative. It was 1.5. And as to the YSTR testing, there was no match for Troy Bonnell on the swab from the neck. Kevin Eastman's DNA, most significantly, was on the wire that was wrapping Heather Eastman's body. 47,000 strong support for the presence of Kevin Eastman's DNA on this wire. Around the woman that he claimed he had no idea was at Troy Bonnell's house. There's also on the swabs from her neck, 23 quadrillion, very strong support. Also on the cigarette pack, 35 trillion, very strong support. Then we get to the firearms testing. And ultimately, the bullet recovered from Heather Frank is a .22 caliber bullet. And the rifle, the .22 rifle at Troy Bonnell's house was excluded as the firearm that fired the casings that were in Kevin Eastman's pocket. So that's not the gun. It was eliminated as the gun that fired the casings. So that's not the gun. There's another gun that we don't find. We talked about what that was. GSR testing, Will County swabbed Troy Bonnell's hands and face for gunshot residue. And there was testimony from Alex Rue of CBI about that. There was an acknowledgement that his hands had been washed. He had gone to the bathroom prior to the testing. But that doesn't explain why his face would be negative for GSR if he was firing a gun that night. And what about maybe the pants? If those pants were used when firing, and he's touching those pants, you would expect GSR, and there was none. GSR is a finicky science. It's helpful in some respects, not in others. So those are the facts. At the end of the day, those facts leave you in one place. Every piece of credible evidence in this case points to one reasonable conclusion. When viewed through the lens of your common sense and life experience, Kevin Eastman killed 2 people between February 8th and February 16th. And as a result, the people are asking that you find him guilty of each and every count that is in front of you. Murder in the first degree as to Scott Sessions, murder in the first degree as to Heather Frank, tampering with a deceased human body as to Heather Frank and Scott Sessions, and tampering with evidence, namely the efforts to cover up his crime, the removal, the concealment of additional evidence, the cover-up and the cleaning of the blood pool in Heather Frank's entryway, the destruction or removal of the gun that killed Heather Frank. He is guilty of each and every one of these crimes. We'd ask that you return verdicts consistent with that finding. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a mid-afternoon break for about 10, 15 minutes. Why don't we say about 5 to 3, 3 o'clock. I would like to get started with the defendant's closing arguments. Once again, I want to remind you, until the trial is completed, it is not completed. You must not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We talked about what that meant. That means after closing arguments are completed, the reading of the jury instructions are completed, and you retire to the jury room. We'll see you in about 15 minutes, so please rise to the jury. All right, welcome to be seated. We'll be recessed for 15 minutes.
Your Honor, can you tell me how much I have left?
Yes.
before we're going to this one?
39 minutes.
Thank you.
Cheryl?
this all right, Ms. Palmer? Aphorisms about assumptions are ubiquitous. They're everywhere because there's truth to them. How many times have you heard, when you assume, you make a blank out of you and me? Everyone has their favorite. Mine is, assumption is the mother of all mistakes. But the common thread or idea behind these expressions is that making assumptions is fraught with danger. But why is making assumptions such a dangerous business? Well, if your child loses their socks and you assume they're blue because your child's favorite color is blue, your mind will ignore everything else besides blue. When you make assumptions from the outset, what you ignore is often deliberate. You intentionally disregard things that don't fit or are inconsistent with your initial assumption. Or it can be inadvertent because your mind tells your eyes to see blue, and so that's what you see. But one of the dangers of making assumptions is that it's easy to confidently draw the wrong conclusion. And that's precisely what happened here. Law enforcement made assumptions. As soon as they learned that Ms. Frank had an ex with whom she had a volatile relationship, they assumed, and it became this catalyst moment, they assumed that's our guy. And the investigation became trying to prove that it was Mr. Eastman rather than finding the truth. An early hunch became an assumption on which law enforcement built this case. And rather than meaningfully testing the accuracy of that initial hunch, they were blinded by the desperation to preserve it. As an ex of Ms. Frank, Mr. Eastman made an easy target for an accusation built on assumptions. But he did not kill Mr. Sessions. He did not kill Ms. Frank. Ms. Frank killed Mr. Sessions, and Mr. Eastman helped in the aftermath, as did Mr. Bonnell. And then Mr. Bonnell panicked. He worried about his help after the fact, implicating him in Mr. Sessions' death, after Mr. Sessions' body was discovered. He took matters into his own hands, and he killed Ms. Frank, concealing her body on his property and concealing her death from Mr. Eastman. So in the early morning hours of February 8th of 2020, Mr. Eastman came back to his sister's house after a night out drinking. He had fallen off the wagon, and he found the locked change. His sister had zero tolerance for alcohol in her home, and he thought he wasn't welcome there anymore. So he had no money, he had no steady job, he had no place to live. But in the weeks leading up to this moment, Mr. Bonnell had been offering him all of those things if he came and worked with him. Up until that point, Mr. Eastman hadn't taken him up on that because he did not want to be back in the Greeley area. But he was getting further behind. His phone was shut off. He was about to lose his car. He didn't know when this unemployment lump sum payment was going to come in. He needed to work more than just the temporary work that he had been working. So he decided to take Mr. Bonnell up on his offer, even though it put Mr. Eastman in Ms. Frank's ambit once again. So he left the western slope with only the clothes on his back and what was in his car, and he headed towards Greeley. On his way out to Mr. Bonnell's, he stops off at Ms. Frank's house to see how she's doing, to see if she and the kids may want to grab dinner. But he also needed money for food and for other things, so he pawns his phone to Ms. Frank for $100 as a stopgap measure until he receives his first check from Mr. Bonnell, or until he receives his unemployment payment. And when he got there, she wasn't as happy to see him as he thought she'd be, given that she had been reaching out to him. So Ms. Frank tells him that she has a date and to leave, and so he does, leaving his phone there at the house. So it makes sense that his phone was signaling in the general area of Ms. Frank's residence that night. It was there, but that doesn't mean Mr. Eastman was there too. RTT data, as you heard, can be a useful tool for locating phones or devices, but it does not locate people. As you heard from Agent Hoyland, the Verizon data that he receives is transactional data only. He cannot say at any given time where a particular person is based on the data that he analyzed. And sure, people usually have their phones on them in this day and age, in this era of needing constant and instant connectivity. But a phone that without service does not provide that. A phone without service is not useful. The $100 was more useful to Mr. Eastman than the phone at that time. his phone was disconnected, as you saw on the cast report, on February 7th of 2020, the day before he pawned it to Ms. Frank. Now, while there were signaling events that placed the phone in the general area of Ms. Frank's residence that evening and earlier that afternoon, there were significant to note, no user-initiated events, which meant there were no voice calls made or received by the phone. And the cast report that you saw from Agent Hoyland starts at 6:22 p.m. on February 8th of 2020. And that's when Mr. Hoyland, based on his conversations with the prosecution about their theory of the case, chose to start the mapping. And then on direct examination of Mr. Hoyland, you heard that Mr. Eastman's phone was also signaling in that area from 5 to 5:30 p.m. But it was not until cross-examination, when Ms. Devereaux asked Agent Hoyland, that we found out that Mr. Eastman's phone was actually signaling in that same area for hours prior to that, starting at 2:22 p.m. Mr. Eastman's phone had been there for hours, which is consistent with, again, without user-initiated events, which is consistent with him having left his phone there, pawning it to Ms. Frank, and then leaving, as he said he did. And when he returns to Ms. Frank's residence, immediately upon his arrival, he sees blood. He sees what Ms. Frank has done. Ms. Frank killed Mr. Sessions. And it's not a leap to think that she did this. She had the motive, the opportunity. She was a suspect from the very beginning. And the limited physical evidence we have points to her. Ms. Frank was suspected from law enforcement from the outset because she had this personal connection to Mr. Sessions. She had been communicating with him. She had gone out with him. She was the one who invited him over to her residence the day he was killed. Now, the prosecution, on their opening and closing argument here, argued that it was Heather's phone that sent this message, that Mr. Eastman sent these messages and lured Mr. Sessions here. But there has been no evidence presented that anyone other than Ms. Frank sent those messages to Mr. Sessions. There is no evidence supporting that Mr. Eastman sent that message, inviting Mr. Sessions to Ms. Frank's home. Law enforcement was tracking Ms. Frank's car. They were surveilling her residence, and she had an arrest warrant for murder. She was still wanted for murder at the time of her arrest, or her death. And Ms. Frank had not known Mr. Sessions long. They weren't in a committed relationship of any kind, or even a casual one. No one in their respective lives had heard about them dating or anything like that. And you heard Alec McLaughlin testify that his mom typically introduced him and his brothers to people that she was dating right away. And that didn't happen. And that didn't happen despite the fact they had a perfect opportunity when they went to see Mr. Sessions' band play on February 5th. But she didn't introduce them. She didn't even mention knowing him, knowing the trumpet player. She didn't mention a thing about him to her son. And that is odd. But shortly after they met, Mr. Sessions took advantage of Ms. Frank. He kept going when she said no. That's what she told Mr. Eastman. That what happened between them was not mutually agreeable, was not consensual. That night, Mr. Sessions made her a victim in another sense, a victim of sexual assault. And as you've heard, Ms. Frank had experienced trauma from physical altercations with Mr. Eastman throughout their relationship. And now another man, a man she barely knew, victimized her in a whole different way. And as you've heard from Ms. McAllister, Dean McAllister, that victims react to trauma in various ways, sometimes in ways that are counterintuitive to others. They react in ways you might not expect. And you heard that trauma can be interactive, meaning the effects of earlier trauma may magnify the impact of later trauma. And that's precisely what happened here. She took matters into her own hands. She made him pay for what he did to her, and maybe she took out what Mr. Eastman had done to her in the past. But victimhood is not binary. It's not once a victim, always a victim. One can be a victim in one sense, but can be capable of inflicting trauma and violence against another person at a later time. And maybe Mr. Sessions didn't see what happened between them the same way as Ms. Frank did, that is, as non-consensual. His Facebook messages to Ms. Frank, seem to suggest he didn't see it that way. But it doesn't matter what he thought. What matters it was what Ms. Frank thought. And what matters is whether it was 100% consensual. But both parties have to be on the same page, and clearly here they weren't. Maybe alcohol played a part in whether Mr. Sessions could accurately read the signs, or whether Ms. Frank could adequately communicate lack of consent. They went to a bar. There's messages in the message in the Facebook records which talk about consuming alcohol, and Mr. Sessions says he's going to try not to get, quote, too hammered. And given Ms. Frank's issues with alcohol, perhaps it was an issue of either him being too drunk or her being too drunk to be able to adequately communicate lack of consent. And either way, the alcohol and the involvement of alcohol made her vulnerable. At the end of the day, Ms. Frank told Mr. Eastman that something happened between them, and that he kept going when she said no. Revenge, payback, evening the score, whatever you want to call it, that's motive. And the prosecution may argue that the only evidence of this allegation of sexual assault came from Mr. Eastman in his interview, and therefore you shouldn't put much stock into it. But the Facebook communications between Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman corroborate that the inference that some unwanted sexual contact occurred. On January 25th of 2020, that next afternoon after they got out to that concert, Mr. Sessions messages Ms. Frank, "What a super fun time last night. So, with lots of O's, nice. With emojis, different smiley faces, a winky face. She doesn't respond. Nothing in several hours." And then he messages her again. "Hey, how you doing? Hope you got some good rest today, and hopefully feeling good too." Again, with more emojis. And you have to read between the lines a little bit here. There's no explicit reference to sex, but the message certainly suggests that sexual contact occurred. Feeling good, so with lots of O's, nice, the flirty emojis, but still nothing. She doesn't respond that day, or the next, or the next. Almost 2 weeks go by, and she doesn't respond to either message. Not a word. And at no point does she ever respond to these effusive Facebook messages about how great their night supposedly was. And even when Mr. Sessions reaches out to her after that, she never acknowledges these messages, that evening between them, nothing. And then on February 5th, she goes to the blues jam with Mr. Sessions plays, and she doesn't talk to him. She doesn't wave. She doesn't say hi. Nothing. She kept her distance such that Mr. Sessions had no idea she had even come. If she had such a good time, why wouldn't she have gone up to him, or even waved, or even mentioned him to her son? And why, when Mr. Sessions went over to her house, did he tell his father that he was going to Fort Collins when he was going only to Greeley? His father was certain that that is what he had said. Why would he hide where he was really going? Now, when we're talking about this credibility of this accusation of sexual assault, I think it's important to look at how and when Mr. Eastman told investigators about what happened between Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman. This isn't something he led with. This was something that was well into the interview when he mentioned it. He just didn't come forth with this incredibly detailed accounting of what happened. He was reluctant to disclose this piece of information. He kept referring the officers to Ms. Frank to discuss that with her because of the incredibly personal nature of it. It's something he felt that she should share with investigators if she wanted to, given that this was a sensitive subject. This is not the behavior of someone who is concocting an elaborate ruse, pointing the finger at someone else in the middle of a police interrogation. If that's what he was doing, he would have laid out the details of exactly what happened, everything that Ms. Frank had said had happened. And then, from the get-go, because, especially if he knew she was dead, because she wouldn't be able to contradict him, but he didn't. The way he told investigators about this lends credibility to it. He was trying to walk that fine line of answering the officer's questions, but not giving away too much, so as not to implicate the one person that he is trying to protect in all of this, Miss Frank. And that's why he tells the investigators he's not sure what to believe about whether this happened. It's an effort to walk back what he disclosed about this not mutually agreeable situation in an attempt to neutralize her motive from law enforcement's perspective, so they don't suspect her. Again, he's trying to protect Miss Frank and cover for her. Now, we've talked about motive, but let's talk about opportunity. Miss Frank invited Mr. Sessions over, seemingly out of the blue, which is especially unexpected, given her non-responsiveness to his effusive messages. She invites him over to his residence without a discussion of other plans. It's not just a meeting place before grabbing dinner or catching a movie or catching a concert. Just come over and tells him to hurry, maybe before she lost her nerve. But it's her residence. She has the upper hand. She has the element of surprise. He wouldn't have seen it coming. The perfect opportunity. Right inside her front door. It would have been easy for her to kill him. But even without an ambush, she was more than physically capable of killing Mr. Sessions. She was pretty tall for a woman. She was 5'7", and Mr. Sessions wasn't a particularly large man. And Dr. Wilkinson testified that if a knife is sharp, it doesn't matter how big or small a person is, especially in an ambush from behind situation like this is. And as you heard Dr. Wilkinson testify about the angle of the cut, that it was slightly downward, right, from left to right and slightly downward. That trajectory is consistent with someone who is shorter than the person, consistent with the assailant being shorter than Mr. Sessions, like Ms. Frank. And you also heard from Scott Tice, Ms. Frank's neighbor. He said he was home that evening, that Saturday, and he didn't hear anything. He didn't hear screaming, no fighting, nothing consistent with a struggle, nothing that gave him cause for concern, right? Nothing that would give him cause for concern about any sort of domestic violence situation between Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank. And that's also certainly consistent with a quick ambush, not consistent with, what you'd expect to hear if there were two grown men struggling with one another. And the physical evidence here also corroborates that this was Ms. Frank who killed Mr. Sessions. Her DNA was on the duct tape that was wrapped around Mr. Sessions' head. But even more importantly, there was a long hair in Mr. Sessions' hand that was found during the autopsy. If we look at Defense Exhibit HH, you can see it. And I encourage you to look at the printed photograph of this, because I think it's a little bit easier to see without the glare of the television. That hair is long like Miss Frank's hair, and it appears to be blonder at the ends and darker at the roots. And as you heard, Miss Frank's hair was colored. You heard from her hairdresser, and she had her last appointment in the end of December of 2019, almost 2 months before. There would have been significant growth, just like you're seeing there. And if you look at Prosecution's Exhibit 93, it shows Miss Frank's hair that was darker at the roots, lighter or like blonde at the ends. And they collected Miss Frank's hair during the autopsy. Why would they submit it for forensic testing to compare the hair that was found in Mr. Sessions' hand? And this hair could not have been Mr. Eastman's. If you look here, the length eliminates the possibility that it was his. Mr. Eastman had short hair. And the hair that's found in Mr. Sessions' hand is also not consistent with Mr. Eastman's hair color. Mr. Sessions also didn't have hair that was as long as the hair that was found in his hand. This is a critical piece of evidence, a critical clue to what happened. Because why else would her hair be in his bloodied hand? He had defensive wounds on both of his hands because he tried to fend off his attacker, grabbing for anything. He reached for the knife that was cutting his neck, cutting his hands. So he tried to reach for something else. And what would be in his reach? His attacker's hair. And that is why I'd submit to you, there's a hair consistent with Miss Frank's appearance in his hand. That is the only reasonable explanation for why that hair would be in his hand, because she killed him. If you take a look at jury instruction number 19, which is the elemental instruction for count 1, you'll see that the prosecution has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Mr. Eastman who killed Mr. Sessions, that it was Mr. Eastman that deliberated, that Mr. Eastman had the intent to cause Mr. Sessions' death, and that Mr. Eastman did in fact cause his death. So central to this case is the issue of identity. We've talked about why it was Ms. Frank, but I want to touch on the evidence that you heard that corroborates that it was not Mr. Eastman who killed Mr. Sessions. In the hours and hours that Mr. Eastman was being questioned by investigators, he acknowledges that he saw the blood, that he saw where the blood was. But he says, right upon arrival, I seen it. He wasn't there when it happened. He came upon it after the fact. And you saw how he reacted when he was talking about this. He was dry heaving into a trash can. It was abundantly clear that he had a weak stomach, just like he said he did. That's not the reaction, dry heaving into a trash can, that's not the reaction of someone who cut someone's throat he didn't know at all in a brutal way. That's the reaction of someone who came on unexpectedly upon a homicide scene after the fact. And he had no motive. He and Ms. Frank were not together, and he knew that. As he told investigators, she could do whatever she wanted with whomever. And he was clear that violence never solves nothing. That's what he said. And throughout this interview, as pointed out by Mr. Wren, but you've also seen it, he struggles to remember some things throughout the interview. And you've heard about his past trauma, and that he's dissociated in the past, including during therapy. And Investigator Atwood and Investigator Myatt don't buy it, but they're not experts in behavioral responses of individuals who have suffered trauma. Right? They discounted his past suffering and ascribed the worst possible motive to his lack of memory of certain things. But you also heard from the prosecution witness, Gene McAllister, that victims can have dissociative responses to trauma. And one uncontested piece of evidence is that Mr. Eastman had suffered a childhood filled with trauma and suffered a head injury. Either dissociation occurs for victims of trauma or it does not. It doesn't depend on whether that person is the accused or is the named victim in the crime. It doesn't depend on whether that person is a man or a woman. But likewise, you saw no physical evidence that proves at all, let alone beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mr. Eastman murdered Mr. Sessions. His fingerprints, his DNA were not found anywhere on Mr. Sessions' body. The plastic, the duct tape, nowhere. And the prosecution will probably argue it's because he took steps to remove his prints or the DNA, but that's just not realistic. First of all, DNA was found on various items that were tested by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Eastman was just excluded as a contributor to that. Ridge detail was found on various items tested by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, but they just weren't prints of value that they could be compared to anything. And that suggests that the surfaces of these items that were tested were not wiped clean. They didn't obliterate any evidence of DNA or fingerprints. If there had been, there wouldn't have been ridge detail. There wouldn't have been DNA that was detected. Because as you heard, DNA testing is incredibly sensitive, and they have the capability of interpreting complex mixtures. Minuscule amounts of DNA can be detected and interpreted. It is not realistic to think that someone could clean up well enough to avoid any wisp of DNA anywhere on Mr. Sessions' body. And Mr. Sessions' DNA was found on a pair of jeans that was assumed but not proven to be Mr. Eastman's. A small stain that tested presumptive positive for blood. A speck of blood. If anything, that's consistent with helping after the fact. A cut to the neck like Mr. Sessions had, as you could see, would bleed a lot. You saw the photographs of the blood all the way through the carpet, the padding, all the way to the subfloor. A speck of blood on a pair of pants is not consistent with having killed someone in that brutal way. And Mr. Eastman went to Walmart to buy clothing basics like socks, but he notably did not buy any pants because his pants did not need replacing. So after the fact, Ms. Frank also largely goes on as usual with her life. She goes up to Pingree Park, she dumps Mr. Sessions' body, she goes to dinner with one of her kids, Blake McLaughlin, and his girlfriend that same evening, and she's acting normally. Blake McLaughlin testified that she didn't seem any different to him. So apart of missing one day of work and looking a little bit tired and rough, the next day at work, it was business as usual for her. And just because she appeared a little upset doesn't mean she didn't kill Mr. Sessions. Perhaps it was a reflection of regret or remorse, inner turmoil, or fear of being discovered. Maybe the reality of taking someone's life was more difficult for her to handle than she thought, even under the circumstances which motivated her to do it in the first place. But she goes to work on the 10th. She works with her close friend and her boss, Allison Nolby, that first day back. And Miss Nolby doesn't like Mr. Eastman, and Miss Frank knows that. Miss Nolby wouldn't hesitate to help Miss Frank if she'd asked for it. She was someone that Miss Frank could rely on and could trust. But Miss Frank doesn't ask for help. She doesn't go straight to the police instead of going to work. She doesn't call the police. She doesn't confide in Miss Nolby. And Blake McLaughlin testified that he was confident that his mother knew how to get help and would do the right thing and would have reached out to their dad or to police for help. But she doesn't call a single person. She just works. She works the 11th. She works the 12th. She works the 14th. Or the 13th. And on the 11th, she goes to get her nails done. She goes to the bank, it's documented by the Facebook record. She goes shopping at Centera. These are not the actions of a woman who is being traumatized, controlled, or abused by her ex-boyfriend. She's trying not to raise suspicion about what she has done. And as documented by the GPS tracker, there were long periods of time where Miss Frank and Mr. Eastman were not together. Time she could have gotten help and did not. But then on the 15th, February 15th, there's a suitcase with women's clothing in her room. She's packing up to go on the run with Mr. Eastman. But ultimately she leaves it behind. Maybe it's too obvious, I don't know. But they leave together, and they both leave their phones behind. Both in a condition where law enforcement could not access any content of their phones. And they head over to Mr. Bonnell's. So I want to talk about this aftermath period, after Miss Frank killed Mr. Sessions. Mr. Eastman, as we talked about, wasn't in a good place. He didn't have a consistent job. He was still recovering from this breakup, wrestling with the fact that he loves her despite the fact he knows they're not good together. And he goes back to Miss Frank's house to check on her. He knows her car won't start if she's been drinking past 8 p.m. She has that interlock in her car, and he doesn't want her to miss work. Maybe he sensed that that was going to be a problem, or he sensed that there was something going on with her when he saw her earlier. Because he had been in a relationship with her for some time. He knew her well. So he comes back and he is immediately confronted with this bloody scene. When investigator Meyer asked where the blood was, he says, every fucking where. Every fucking where. Everywhere. 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 Things spiral from there. Now he's involved whether he wants to be or not. He suggested they need to call the police because this is serious. He says he should have. And he wouldn't tell who he suggested they call the police to, but we know that was Miss Frank. We know there was nobody else there. But as he said, his suggestion didn't do any good. Now you heard Mr. Eastman tell his sister on a jail phone call that it's all because of my stupid errors in thinking. You know what I mean, but we'll get through it. I apologize to everybody for it happening. And the prosecution may argue that this isolated statement, this one statement from the many phone calls you heard Mr. Eastman made, was somehow a confession to murder. But in context, the apology to everybody makes it clear he's apologizing to his family for the impact of his arrest. You heard Ms. Brinklow testify. The loss of her brother and Uncle Kevin to her kids and her grandkids to incarceration has had a profound impact on them. It's been a hole in their family. Murdering 2 people over the course of a week isn't a stupid error in thinking. But not calling police when he discovered that Ms. Frank had killed Mr. Sessions certainly is. As would helping Ms. Frank dispose of Mr. Sessions' body. Those stupid errors in thinking, that's no doubt. But calling 2 people murdered stupid errors in thinking isn't a logical stretch. At his core, Mr. Eastman is a loyal guy. Loyal especially to Ms. Frank. Whenever and whatever mistakes Ms. Frank has made with other men or with drinking, Mr. Eastman always forgave her and wanted to be with her in whatever capacity she would allow. He was devoted. Despite their history, he loved her and would do anything to help her. And she knew that. She knew that he would be there for her and help her clean up this mess. But trying to clean up after something like this is no easy feat. He couldn't do it alone. And so he gets Mr. Bonnell involved. So how do we know Mr. Bonnell is involved? First of all, despite the conditions, their officers are able to identify 3 different footwear impressions at the Pingree Park scene. There were footwear impressions in the snow along both sides of the vehicle, as well as behind the vehicle. Sergeant Smith says he saw 3. Dan Gillum, who testified as an expert in footwear and tire impression comparison, testified that there were 3 different impressions, as seen here. That means 3 different shoes, 3 different people. In addition to Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank, there was a 3rd person up in Pingree Park who helped dispose of the body, who was walking around in the snow. Even just moments ago, Mr. Wren conceded that it's possible that 3 people were involved. I would submit that this is definitive proof that there were 3 people present at the Pingree Park scene. The snowplow driver, William Mine, Officer Scholwert from the DOW, the first 2 people on scene approached using that same footpath area. They came up that hill on the opposite side of the body, the opposite side of where the tire impressions were and the paths to the downed tree were. And Officer Scholwert testified he never walked on that other side of the tree where those 3 different impressions were located. He was focused on preserving the tracks on the Monument Gulch side of the log. And more importantly, Corporal Williamson testified that it was easy to distinguish the fresh prints from the ones that were already there, because there was a layer of snow in the older prints. He was able to distinguish those prints, the ones previously there, these 3 prints, from the ones that were made by first responders. And law enforcement, as you heard, cast these impressions so that perhaps a certified examiner could try to make an identification comparing known shoes or boots to the detail that's preserved with the casts. But investigators and the prosecution never asked for that to be done in this case. They weren't sent to the lab to make an identification from a certified examiner, and that was a decision that lead investigator Atwood made. You also heard about a pair of boots that were found in the closet in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom. Sergeant Smith identified these boots of being of interest because the sole pattern seen on those boots here was similar to the suspected Vibram pattern style boot impression that was observed at the Pingree Park scene. You can see I've laid them next to each other so that you can see that comparison. This is something I would also urge you to do with the exhibits that you have back in the jury room, because they're easier to see printed out than on the television here. And Sergeant Smith pointed out these size 13 Doc Martens to the Weld County Sheriff's Office investigators. Detective Vessels testified that they were consistent with one of the prints that were up in the Pingree Park area. And those boots were collected. But of course, investigators, prosecution, did nothing with these boots. They did not have them forensically compared to the impressions on the scene. They disregarded them because they didn't fit their narrative. Now, Mr. Bonnell's phone was also found in Mr. Eastman's car when he was contacted on February 16th. It was not his primary number, but it was a phone that he had had for some time. It's that 970-786-0376 number for the silver iPhone SE in a red case that said Reliable Field Services on it, which is Defense Exhibit P. Now, the device name on that phone was Troy's iPhone 8. It was actively signed into Apple services with the email address of troymilo@yahoo.com, which, as you heard through the testimony of Mr. Zwetzig, is a way of making a phone your own. And Cynthia Bonnell testified that and identified this number as one of Mr. Bonnell's. It was a phone he would pass around to his girlfriends. And when speaking with investigators, Mr. Bonnell even identifies that phone as his old phone. He denies giving it to Mr. Eastman and ultimately has no good reason for why Mr. Eastman would have it in his possession. And this is significant because Mr. Bonnell told investigators on multiple occasions that he only saw Mr. Eastman on February 15th of 2020 when he came to drop off his tools. And during his testimony, he tried to play this number off as one that was belonging and was associated with his tablet. But ultimately, he admitted that it was associated with that iPhone. It's not Mr. Eastman's phone. He had no need for 3 phones. He had the phone that was out of service. He had the phone that he was arrested with. He didn't need 3 phones. This was Mr. Bonnell's phone. And the prosecution has argued that Mr. Bonnell couldn't have been up at Pingree Park because his main phone was signaling in the Weld County area during that time. But although he denied it, Mr. Bonnell seems pretty savvy with communicating and surreptitiously having various phones, communicating on apps like the Signal app. And from Cynthia Bonnell, it sounds like Mr. Bonnell had plenty of practice concealing his cheating from his ex-wife. It seems like something he would think about ahead of time. Leave his phone at home, give it to someone like Jennifer Edmonds to try to give him plausible deniability. But of course, not until redirect examination during his testimony nearly 2.5 years later is he ever asked directly whether he went up to Pingree Park with Mr. Eastman and Miss Frank. So up until this point, he never had a chance, never had to deny it. And when Mr. Eastman is being interrogated, he's asked by investigator Knight, was somebody else in the car with you when you and Heather, when you went to dump Mr. Sessions' body? Mr. Eastman doesn't respond, not verbally, not otherwise. He doesn't deny that someone else was there. And the Mishawaka surveillance video doesn't rule out that possibility either. You can't see how many people are in the car. And this body is clearly carried. It's not dragged. There were no drag marks in the snow. And given the gaping wound to Mr. Sessions' neck, 3 people carrying the body, or 2 people with Mr. Bonnell's size and strength would make moving a body with, for lack of a better descriptor, a floppy head more feasible. And the crossbow bolts that were found in Mr. Eastman's Subaru were visually consistent with those that were found in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom. And Sergeant Jamie Smith testified the plastic around Miss Frank was very similar to the plastic around Mr. Sessions' body. Mr. Bonnell could have brought those both. And law enforcement didn't do any DNA testing or fingerprint testing on the crossbow that was found, on the crossbow bolts that were found in the rear driver's well of the vehicle, the same place that this iPhone belonging to Mr. Bonnell was located by law enforcement after Mr. Eastman was arrested, further suggesting that Mr. Bonnell had been in that rear passenger seat. You may be wondering, why did Mr. Bonnell agree to help Mr. Eastman and Miss Frank? Well, while Mr. Eastman was struggling financially and was down on his luck, so was Mr. Bonnell. But unlike Mr. Bonnell, who unlike Mr. Eastman, who had some, hope on the horizon with this unemployment payment that he was expecting, Mr. Bonnell didn't have that. Mr. Bonnell's company at that time was struggling. He owed his ex-wife 6 figures. He was almost bankrupt. He had a financial incentive to help out. Just as he had an incentive during his testimony to blame his financial situation on something that post-dated Ms. Frank's murder, the pandemic. So did Mr. Bonnell agree to help dispose of a body because he's a selfless guy? No. When Mr. Eastman got arrested, you heard he had nearly $1,400 in cash in his pockets, but he had received $4,692 on February 13th. Where's the rest of that money, if not with Mr. Bonnell? You haven't heard any evidence that Mr. Eastman made any sort of significant purchases. That's a pretty penny for someone who was struggling as much as Mr. Bonnell was, someone who, by his own admission, was selling off practically everything that he owned. Now, the prosecution may argue, how could Mr. Bonnell even got involved? Because his phone records show that Mr. Eastman and Mr. Bonnell only communicated with each other twice. The last time prior to that was February 6th, but that data showed only conventional phone calls, not messages through apps like WhatsApp or Signal. Agent Hoyland explained that those commercial messaging apps are encrypted such that records from Verizon would not show up. It would not show up on records from Verizon. Because all that would show up on the records is that some data session would open up at some point and close 6 hours later. But as you heard from Cynthia Bonnell, despite his denials, Mr. Bonnell actually used Signal and actually did so to communicate with Mr. Eastman. Throughout his interview, investigators Atwood and investigator Myatt pick up on the fact that Mr. Eastman is withholding information and suspect that he's covering for Ms. Frank. They push him pretty hard on that issue. Both of them at the same time questioning him. Are you covering for Heather? Did Heather do something? You helped her, didn't you? You cleaned up Heather's mess. His response? Well, I sure know I love her a lot. Investigator Atwood asks again, you will do anything to help her get out of a mess, right? And again, he doesn't confirm or deny that he's covering for her, but he says, I love her a lot. And when investigator Myatt tells him it's come to the point where you cannot cover for her anymore, Mr. Eastman says, she's got her kids and her job and her car and her place. And when investigator Atwood tells him her kids are grown and can take care of themselves, he says, they need their mom. Mr. Eastman lists the things that Ms. Frank stood to lose if law enforcement found out she killed Mr. Sessions. So it wasn't a yes, direct yes, I'm covering for her answer, but it might as well have been. Despite his best attempts to deflect questioning away from Ms. Frank and whether he's covering for her, as the interrogation and investigation evolves, it becomes clear to Mr. Eastman that law enforcement either want him or her for Mr. Sessions' murder. And so he says it doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter what happened. Let Heather go free. He tells them, just give Heather a get-out-of-jail-free card. He's told, that's not going to happen. So he asked, to get Heather free, what do I got to say? He wanted to protect her. So throughout this interview, Mr. Eastman makes some statements that don't align with the evidence. Him saying it's not his car in the Mishawaka video. Him saying it took 3 days to get over the mountain from the western slope to Greeley. But he said these things because he wants to protect Ms. Frank, to cover for her, to insulate her from what she has done. Mr. Eastman says they went up to Glen Echo to eat. And when investigator Atwood calls him out on the fact that that didn't happen, he agrees. He says, right, I didn't go anywhere. I just said I did to cover somebody's ass. And so even if she doesn't want a relationship with him, they were in this situation together because Mr. Eastman stumbled upon the blood and that bloody scene when he came back to her house. And the fact that they're in this together is reflected in the Facebook messages. It's don't step where we spill the wine, not where you spill the wine, not where I spill the wine, we. It's not an admission that he killed Mr. Sessions, as the prosecution may want you to believe, but it's an expression of a partnership and support. They were in this together. But ultimately, Mr. Eastman refuses to say more because he gave his word not to talk, to keep his mouth shut. He was clearly wrestling with wanting to say more, but keeping his word. He was apologetic. He was polite with the officers, apologetic that he couldn't be completely honest with them, saying, sorry, I promised somebody. He wouldn't give the name or names of people who he gave his word to because he recognized that would have the same effect as talking. Just as bad as telling them everything that he knew. But when talking about his word, he said he would just give up his whole life. He wouldn't give up that. So you saw also his demeanor during the discussion of, giving his word to someone. He is emotional. He's crying. An investigator Atwood claimed that he didn't see actual tears, insinuating essentially that these were somehow crocodile tears. But he told Mr. Eastman throughout the interview that he wasn't lying to him. And he told him he saw real emotion in Mr. Eastman around this time. And you heard from Ms. Brinklow, someone who actually knew Mr. Eastman well, and she testified that he is an emotional man. And his demeanor during that interview was consistent with genuine emotion from an emotional man. And because Mr. Bonnell was also involved in this disposal of Mr. Sessions' body, maybe Mr. Eastman also gave his word to him. But throwing Mr. Bonnell under the bus during this interview would incriminate Ms. Frank, so he could not explain Mr. Bonnell's involvement if he wanted to protect Ms. Frank. He says in the interview at one point, he said, then talk to Troy. He probably knows more than I do. The investigators say, what? And he quickly says he probably knows nothing. He refers them first to talk to Troy because he doesn't know anything about Ms. Frank's death. Because if Ms. Frank was dead, I would have to be Mr. Bonnell, because Mr. Bonnell didn't kill her. But he realizes that referring them to talk to Mr. Bonnell could open the gate on the cover-up of Mr. Sessions' body. And so he says, Troy knows nothing. Now, in his subsequent days after disposing of Mr. Sessions' body in Pingree Park, Mr. Eastman is out at Mr. Bonnell's property. His phone is signaling out there at various times on the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, and that RTT data is in direct contradiction to what Mr. Bonnell claimed about when Mr. Eastman was there. But during this time, Mr. Bonnell starts panicking. On February 11th, he goes over to Ms. Frank's residence in the afternoon, an event which he only disclosed to law enforcement after he was confronted with Mr. Hoyland's report before the first trial setting. But sure enough, at 4:24 p.m., he received a phone call while he was in the area of Ms. Frank's residence, as reflected in the cast report on page 21. And at 3:15 p.m., Mr. Bonnell makes a voice call to 303-507-8005, then receives a voice call from that same number at 3:16. And as you heard from Detective Vessels, that number belonged to John Stellick, a licensed attorney in the state of Colorado. And Mr. Hoyland testified that at the times that are listed for these signaling events in the call-out boxes from the towers on this page, at 3:15, at 3:16, 3:20, 4:52, that Mr. Bonnell's phone could have been near Ms. Frank's residence. So whether he's at Ms. Frank's residence or on his way there, he called an attorney. And that's certainly evidence of a guilty mind. And then on February 15th, as documented by the poll camera, Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank go to Mr. Bonnell's. They get in his car. There's no evidence of any sort of discord or fighting as they're exiting that residence. This is the last time that she's known to be alive. But they drive straight there, straight to Mr. Bonnell's residence. There's no evidence that the vehicle made any stops. There was no evidence that she was killed en route. There's no evidence of any blood in the car. And Ms. Vidak testified Well, she testified there was no evidence that anyone was killed in the vehicle. And they also introduced photographs through her of a bottle of cleaner found in Mr. Eastman's car to suggest that he cleaned up evidence. But law enforcement didn't even take the time to determine whether that bottle was ever used, whether there was anything missing, if anything, from the bottle. And Miss Frank had a shored wound, meaning she was up against something hard at the time she was shot. And she was wearing a jacket when she was found. But as you saw, she was not wearing a winter jacket, that one there on the floor here, when she exited her residence. Now, Mr. Bonnell is also at his property when they arrive. Although he claims not to have seen Miss Frank, he was there all evening and into that night. He says he saw Mr. Eastman's Subaru with the hatchback open. Inside, he saw the tools, he saw the clothing, certainly didn't see Miss Frank's body. And he knew that Mr. Eastman was coming over. He didn't show up unannounced like he initially claimed to law enforcement. Jennifer Edmonds, his then girlfriend, knew Mr. Eastman was coming over that evening. That's why she had purchased an energy drink for him. And so when we get there, I want to talk about Miss Frank. She was quite intoxicated. As you heard from the autopsy, her blood alcohol content was 0.243. And to put that in context, that's over 3 times the legal limit for a DUI. And she's leaving her house. It's obvious, you watch it on the poll cam, she's not obviously intoxicated. She's not stumbling, she's not holding on to things. So that means she's likely drinking at Mr. Bonnell's. And she's not only drinking, she has meth in her system. And who's she doing meth with? Well, likely Mr. Bonnell. Law enforcement did find some pipes in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, one with a white residue on it, at the foot of his bed. The pipes were found here, right on top of where Mr. Bonnell kept a large amount of his, steroids and other injectables. And law enforcement never tested these pipes to see if they'd been used for a controlled substance. They could have done a presumptive test, sent it for the state lab for a confirmation, but they did neither. There was also a small scale in Mr. Bonnell's bedroom. It was photographed here with all of the knives that he had, which could have been used for drugs as well. And Mr. Bonnell and Miss Edmonds were up all night. They didn't sleep, which would make sense if they were also doing meth. But Miss Frank, we know, is mixing alcohol and meth that evening. And historically, Mr. Bonnell and Miss Frank don't get along. Mr. Eastman told investigators that they didn't get along and that Miss Frank didn't like Mr. Bonnell. So you layer that tension on top of a drunk, methed up, emotionally charged situation, and you've likely got some volatility there. And we know that Mr. Bonnell had been acting weird leading up to this as it was. He was panicky, angry, over the top. So that day before, that Valentine's Day, you heard how he called Cynthia Bonnell teary-eyed. And then at dinner, he goes to the bathroom, and all of a sudden, when he comes back, he's distraught. He's in a panic. Again, over the top, frantic, wanting to leave with a sense of urgency that doesn't make sense to Cynthia Bonnell. She doesn't understand why he wants to leave because they had just gotten their food. Everything was fine one moment, and then abruptly it wasn't. He's demanding to leave. He's angry. Cynthia Bonnell described him as foaming at the mouth, irate. And then on the drive home, his bizarre behavior continues. He's yelling at her, screaming at her, using profanity. And his behavior was something that was over the top even for him, something that stood out to her, that was significant, something she noted because of how out of the ordinary it was. And she's his ex. She knows him well and has the experience to be able to evaluate just how atypical his behavior was. She testified she has never seen that side of him before. Ever. So despite his brawn and bravado, he's clearly skittish. He's afraid of getting pinned with the murder he helped clean up because he was desperate for cash. And the cleanup was criminal. He could have been charged with tampering with a deceased human body or tampering with physical evidence, just as Mr. Eastman is now. And this is just what he needs as he's struggling financially. And Mr. Bonnell, first and foremost, looks out for himself. And maybe he's methed up. Maybe he's roided up. I mean, Ms. Bell testified that one vial that she tested positive for a controlled substance, trenbolone acetate, an anabolic steroid. And you saw how many vials, needles, injectables he had in his home. Some with labels for, human growth hormone, kigtropin, labels with horses on them, probably veterinary medicines. But he didn't have animals on his property besides some cats that they could have possibly have been for. And he's got vials in the bathroom, in the medicine cabinet, in the fridge. And when talking to law enforcement, he admits to using the things found at his house. He denies at that time that they're steroids or that they're legal. It's not until he testified, after he was given use immunity by the prosecution, that he admits that they're steroids. And we know at some point that Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank are arguing. He tells investigator Atwood and Myatt that they got in a fight. And investigator Myatt asks him, is she freaked out about the situation and you guys trying to cover this? And he confirms, she definitely freaked out about the whole situation, and obviously over the dude being dead. That's what he said. He also said that she was mad because he was working for Mr. Bonnell. But the complexity of this relationship gets enhanced in this aftermath period. They have a history. They're not together, but they're kind of bound through what's happened here. But we know this was a verbal argument only. Her body was examined in great detail during the autopsy. And there were no evidence of any injuries beyond the gunshot wounds. There were no broken bones, no bruises, no strangulation marks, no black eyes. So as a result of this verbal argument, Mr. Eastman left. He's been to counseling. He's learned from his past mistakes. As he told investigator Atwood, I used to stay there and fight with her and scream and argue and push and shove, and now I just leave. So he removed himself from that situation, and he goes for a drive to clear his head. So meanwhile, Miss Frank, who's heavily intoxicated, is left there with Mr. Bonnell, someone that she doesn't get along with. And so we don't know what happened exactly at that point, because Mr. Bonnell continues to deny that he ever saw Miss Frank, even though that's in direct contradiction with all the evidence that we've heard. Why would he not be forthcoming about seeing Miss Frank unless he had something to hide? And as far as motive goes, self-preservation is perhaps the most quintessential motivation for murder. People are willing to go to great lengths to protect oneself, and Mr. Bonnell is no exception. He wasn't close to Miss Frank. He didn't have a friendship with her. He didn't have any sort of personal connection with her that might have given him pause. There was no love lost between them. They didn't get along. But now that Mr. Sessions' body has been discovered, it's only a matter of time, he thinks, before police come knocking at his door. And to avoid being charged with murder, he helped clean up. He'd had to tie up those loose ends. But in addition to motive, he certainly had the opportunity. Ms. Edmonds gets to Mr. Bonnell's late that evening. She doesn't remember what time it is, but she typically gets there late, and she remembers it was late. And Mr. Eastman had left. He was gone from 8:56 p.m. to 9:42 p.m., during which time Mr. Bonnell would have been all alone with Miss Frank. He had time before Miss Edmonds showed up and before Mr. Eastman returned. And Mr. Bonnell was there when Mr. Eastman arrived, by his own admission. And Mr. Bonnell had placed an outgoing call less than an hour before Mr. Eastman arrived. He placed a call at 4:42 p.m., and you can see that's reflected from a tower that's facing his residence. And it's his property. Who knows his property and his weaponry best? Mr. Bonnell. He knew where to find the gun, the ammunition, the plastic, the wire. And you heard from Mr. Romero that Connex box where the plastic was located was usually locked, and only Mr. Bonnell and Armando Gallegos had access to it. And Mr. Gallegos no longer worked for Mr. Bonnell in February of 2020. And Mr. Bonnell testified the gun wasn't in plain sight. It was tucked in between extension cords. Mr. Eastman would not have known where it was. And Mr. Romero testified that he had been over at Mr. Bonnell's the weekend before all of this police activity at the residence. And he did not see any firearms in the garage. So on top of the motive and opportunity, there's the physical evidence. Mr. Bonnell's DNA was found on this cigarette pack that was found on top of Ms. Frank's dead body on her chest, under the plastic wrapping. And there's a lot more of Mr. Bonnell's DNA on this than Mr. Eastman's. Mr. Bonnell was the 83% contributor. 0.415 nanograms of DNA was detected. Mr. Eastman contributed a much smaller amount, only 0.08 nanograms. Mr. Bonnell contributed roughly 5 times the amount of DNA as Mr. Eastman, which makes it more likely that that presence of DNA on that cigarette pack was from primary transfer of Mr. Bonnell touching that cigarette pack, placing it on her chest before he wraps her body. And Mr. Eastman had been staying with Ms. Frank in her residence, and he was a smoker too. So the tiny amount of DNA on the cigarette pack of Mr. Eastman's is essentially meaningless. But on the other hand, Mr. Bonnell testified that he didn't know how his DNA got on that cigarette pack, and he is not a smoker. And just as in December of 2020, when law enforcement gave him the opportunity to explain and suggested innocent explanations for why his DNA could be on that DNA pack, he didn't adopt any of them. He didn't adopt them for the cigarette pack or his DNA being on Miss Frank's neck. Instead, he maintained he never saw Miss Frank. He offered no plausible explanation that day for why his DNA could have been on the pack or on her neck. Yet there's a Marlboro cigarette butt found at Mr. Bonnell's house, the same brand of cigarette that is found on her deceased body, the same brand as the cigarettes that his DNA was on. And when he's confronted by Detective Porter and Detective Geyer in the parking lot, he's told his DNA on the cigarette packs is a problem. He's told the officers don't want someone painting him a suspect in this case. How do we explain this, he's told? We. And then a year later, in December of 2020, at a trial prep meeting, he comes up with an explanation. That explanation is that he did see Mr. Eastman before the 15th after all, and that Mr. Eastman went with him in his semi and there could have been cigarettes in the truck. Hardly plausible. Now, you heard about the gun residue kit that was done on Mr. Bonnell, right? There was a negative result, but as Mr. Rue testified, you can't conclude from a negative result that a person did not discharge a firearm. GSR particles can be shed through normal day-to-day activities or washing, and GSR particles are easy to remove, easier to remove than COVID, and they typically drop off after about 4 hours. But this GSR kit was not done until 5:30 p.m., almost 24 hours later. We wouldn't necessarily expect to see GSR on his hands, given the passage of time and the washing. Now, the prosecution, Ms. Guthrie gave a hypothetical example during examination of Mr. Rue about someone wearing jeans to a shooting range and that they're dirty and putting your hands in pockets and whether or not you would expect to see GSR. And Mr. Rue testified that that could occur in that situation, but not that it necessarily would occur. But you've also heard no evidence at all from where those jeans that Mr. Bonnell put on were from, where the officers obtained them. Were they dirty? Were they clean? All we know is that they had those shells. He had those casings in his pocket when he was contacted on the 16th. 4 to 5 of them, .22 caliber. Ammunition that police did not collect despite physically removing them from his pocket and taking them from him. Where are the bullets? What happened after they were taken from his pants pockets? They weren't collected as evidence. They weren't photographed. Law enforcement, well aware at that point they're conducting at least one homicide investigation, didn't do a single thing to document them. The prosecution put on Sergeant Porter at the tail end of their case to try to insinuate there was nothing collected or documented because they must not have existed, to try to fix the glaring failure of law enforcement to preserve critical evidence of an alternate suspect. But these are not some phantom bullets that are a figment of the defense's imagination. Investigator Tyler Shaw explicitly questioned Mr. Bonnell about these bullets and having these casings. Investigator Shaw, not Mr. Bonnell, introduces this topic of questioning. He tells Mr. Bonnell that, so they told me when they first met you at your house, you had some .22 caliber shell casings in your pocket. Tell me, what's up with that? Why did you have those in your pocket? And Mr. Bonnell admits to having them in his pocket. And he explains because he has a .22 pistol he has been shooting. And as a result, both Investigator Shaw and Investigator Geyer, two trained detectives, questioned Mr. Bonnell about the reason he had them in his pocket multiple times. Clearly, a member of law enforcement spoke with the detectives interviewing Mr. Bonnell and told him about the casings. If it wasn't true, why would Mr. Bonnell have admitted to them and provided at minimum 3 different explanations for why he might have had them? And when Mr. Bonnell is asked about them during his first couple interviews, he's all over the place. He's saying different things about how and when he last shot a firearm. Target shooting at a backdrop he built, then later notes that he didn't build the backdrop. Shooting at coyotes a week ago, because he doesn't target shoot actually. Shooting at prairie dogs, then he claimed he wasn't a gun guy. But then when he testified under oath, he said that a couple of days before February 16th, he had been shooting in the dark to protect his chickens. But he didn't have chickens. He didn't have chickens to protect. Detective Vessels testified. She searched that coop. She didn't find a chicken, not a chicken in sight, and no evidence that he had recently had chickens. And investigators find .22 ammunition also in Mr. Bonnell's house, a box of Remington .22 ammunition on top of his fridge. It's the exact type of ammunition, the same green and yellow box that's found in that lunchbox. This is the type of ammunition apparently preferred by Mr. Bonnell, and which Mr. Bonnell testified he kept and stored in his bedroom. Law enforcement discounts this box of ammunition on top of the fridge because it's full. But they never find another box of ammunition. Where did those bullets come from? In his pocket then. Clearly there was another box of ammunition, another source of ammunition somewhere, because Mr. Bonnell testified he had several boxes, and these are only 2. Now, this box of ammunition in the lunchbox, first of all, who's to say this lunchbox is Mr. Eastman? The lunchbox wasn't swabbed for DNA. It was not examined for fingerprints. But more importantly, if it belonged to Mr. Eastman, that doesn't mean the ammunition was put there by him or was used by him. Mr. Bonnell's behavior after the fact, after Miss Frank is killed and he kills Miss Frank, corroborates that something happened. And by his own admission, he didn't sleep the night before, on February 15th. Jennifer Edmonds confirmed he didn't, that he was stressed, that he was restless. And killing your friend's ex-girlfriend, a woman that your friend still loved with all of his heart, and hiding her body from him, that's something to stress out about. And then he claims that he was dead asleep when the officers came to his door on the 16th. But you saw the cast report. On page 32, Mr. Bonnell made a phone call at 7:46 a.m. that morning. He was awake. And throughout this investigation, Mr. Bonnell has talked to law enforcement numerous times. He refused to give his phone to law enforcement officers, to investigators for a search. He never consented to a search. He never consented, even though Detective Geyer told him it would assist law enforcement in proving he had nothing to do with either homicide. Why wouldn't he consent unless he had something to hide? And then law enforcement never follows up. They never get a search warrant. They never ask to preserve records from Verizon. They get the Verizon calls and locations, but they don't get his physical phone, which would show what apps were on his phone, or potentially deleted information. And that is all information lost because the prosecution, or in this case, the law enforcement, never bothered to get a warrant when he wouldn't consent. And then, as you heard, after he's allowed to return to his phone, he gets another phone because he doesn't want police in his business. He wants to be able to talk privately. That's also evidence of a guilty mind. And when Mr. Romero, that you heard from, texted Mr. Bonnell, why do homicide detectives want to talk to me? That's when Mr. Bonnell contacts him from this new phone number and referred to it as a number that was secure. But both Mario Romero and Ms. Bonnell told law enforcement about him having this new phone, about having this number, and they do nothing with that. He claimed that this new number was associated with a GPS from his truck. But the officers never got that number, the records for the number, never got a warrant for the phone. Why? Because it would disrupt their narrative. But that choice has left you as the jury not knowing what was on that phone. It was certainly a red flag that law enforcement should not have ignored. Why would he have gotten that phone if he had nothing to hide? And Mr. Bonnell's statements to law enforcement, I think, are just as telling as his behavior. His statements are all over the place. They're inconsistent between interviews. His testimony was inconsistent from 1 hour or minute even to the next. To say his testimony and his statements were inconsistent would be, frankly, an understatement. Consistency was the exception rather than the rule. I lost count of how many times Mr. Bonnell claimed that his memory failed him and he couldn't recall during the cross-examination of his testimony. He kept reiterating how it had been over 2 years. But you've heard from scores of witnesses in this case throughout this trial who didn't struggle to recall what they had done or seen or heard to that same extent. Sure, witnesses here and there had momentary lapses of memory, which is understandable given the passage of time. But Mr. Bonnell took that to another whole level. Mr. Bonnell was inconsistent out of the gate in this investigation on the very basic question of when he last saw Mr. Eastman. First he says the 15th. Then he says he doesn't remember when the last time he saw Mr. Eastman. Then he says he remembers a trip to Fort Lupton. And at one point he says the last time he saw him was February 16th in that morning. He's inconsistent on the last time that he saw Ms. Frank. Not since 2016. Not since 8 months ago. Not a year ago. He's inconsistent about his use of the burn pit. What he burned and when. First it's just trees. Then it's household trash because he wants to avoid using a waste management system. Then he says that he burned trash last on the weekend before. That it wasn't on the weekend. That it was Monday. He tells that he hasn't burned any trash because he had 6 months of trash built up. But as you heard from Dave Souter, Mr. Bonnell's neighbor, that he had seen burning in the burn pit the week before. This is something that clearly had been used. And then there's signal. He was inconsistent left and right about his use of signal. When talking with Detective Geyer, he was asked about signal and he was animated about not knowing what signal was. That was Detective Geyer's testimony. And then during his testimony, he claims that he didn't use it to communicate, that he texts conventionally using his phone number and didn't have different sort of secret apps. But as you heard from Cynthia Bonnell, he encouraged her to download Signal. He sent her a link and communicated with Mr. Eastman on Signal. Now, Mr. Bonnell's story has also conveniently evolved over time in response to being confronted by law enforcement and by the district attorney's office with evidence that conflicted with his previous stories. It's only after he's confronted with his DNA on the cigarette pack, on Ms. Frank's neck, with the cell phone report prepared by Agent Hoyland, that he admits that he saw Mr. Eastman prior to the 15th, or that he admits and discloses that this trip to Fort Lupton. Mr. Bonnell had spoken with law enforcement at least 11 times over the course of this investigation. 8 times before he's confronted with the DNA, or the 10 times before he's confronted with the cell phone pack, and never does he disclose anything that he later claims. And so you obviously heard his testimony and that he was questioned whether or not he had any involvement in the cover-up of Mr. Sessions' death or had a reason to shoot Ms. Frank when he was questioned by Mr. Wren. But of course he said no. Who in their right mind would admit or say yes to those questions when they had gotten away with murder for the last 2.5 years? But regardless, there are a lot of reasons not to trust his denials. You, the jury, get to determine the credibility of the testimony that you heard. Instruction number 7 in your packet outlines that. And I'm not going to read it to you all now because you're going to hear enough of me talking before this is all done. But you heard his testimony, and I'd ask you to recall that testimony when you're looking at that instruction and consider his demeanor while he was on the stand. He demonstrated all of the hallmarks of someone who had something to hide, someone who wasn't being forthcoming. He spoke slowly and had long pauses as if thinking how best to answer. He chose his words carefully. When his recollection was refreshed, he just started trying to explain and divert instead of answering the question. But you saw that testimony, and I'm sure you have your own evaluation of that. But evaluate his testimony using your common sense. And evaluate that and compare that against how much of what Mr. Bonnell had to say was consistent with other evidence, with incontrovertible evidence. Instruction number 14 also instructs you to consider a previous felony conviction as a factor in determining the credibility of a witness. And you heard that Mr. Bonnell had been convicted of 7 felonies. He tried to pass it off as fewer than that when he was testifying under oath. But you should note that most of these convictions were for offenses that inherently involve dishonest conduct, theft, stealing, providing false information on a pawn slip with pawning items he'd stolen, and the like. And you also heard from other witnesses. You heard from Mario Romero and Cynthia Bonnell about their opinion for his character for truthfulness. And they both testified that he did not have a character for truthfulness. Ms. Bonnell testified that Mr. Bonnell lies a lot. And you heard that he lies about things beyond just his cheating. And Mr. Romero testified not only that Mr. Bonnell was not very truthful, but that he did not have a reputation for being a truthful person. During his day on the stand, Mr. Bonnell testified, and I quote, "I'm not trying to solve somebody else's mystery." But of course, he would prefer that mystery never be solved because he is the answer to that mystery. Mr. Bonnell should have been law enforcement's #1 suspect for Ms. Frank's murder. He was essentially a walking, talking red flag. Law enforcement tells them they're trying to rule him out when they're interviewing him. But really what they did was they looked the other way because it didn't fit with their theory. And as we talked about with count 1, the prosecution has to prove identity for count 2 as well. In addition to the other elements of the offense, under that principal liability theory, they have to prove it was Mr. Eastman who killed Ms. Frank beyond a reasonable doubt. Not just that it could be him, not that it was likely him, that it was him beyond a reasonable doubt. And we'll talk about the complicity aspect here in a minute. But Mr. Eastman made no statements that he was involved in Ms. Frank's death in any way, let alone anything that would suggest he had a motive to kill her. He loved her. Despite their troubled history, he loved her. And in the several hours that he talked with law enforcement, including about topics about her infidelities, the problem in their relationship, there was never an expression of anger, of rage at any point. He clearly expressed and articulated that he had no right to be upset about what she did with others or dating others. They weren't in a relationship. She could do whatever she wants with whomever. Those are not the words of a jealous man. Those are the words of someone who understands where he stands and the reality of their breakup. Sure, he was hurt and disappointed, but he wasn't angry. And he was open and candid from the get-go with investigators about the troubled history in their relationship, and that he'd been physically abusive with her in the past, and that it was wrong. Why would he tell law enforcement about that right out of the gate if he had just killed her? The domestic violence aspect is what made him the #1 suspect. He was freely talking about this tumultuous relationship with law enforcement, and because that is the reaction of a man who's still torn up about the verbal argument he had with her the night before. Someone who had been driving around all night, coming back, finding her gone, thinking that she did what she always does and had gone off with somebody or gone off with Mike. Now, the prosecution may argue that Mr. Eastman killed Ms. Frank to silence her. But assuming for the sake of argument that Mr. Eastman killed Mr. Sessions, why wouldn't he have killed her at the same time if that's what the concern was? If the motive was to silence her, why wait? Why have her go to work by herself, where her boss is not only her friend but a confidant and someone who doesn't like him? Why give her countless opportunities to tell someone, to go to the police? It just doesn't make sense. Now, the prosecution has talked about some of the statements that Mr. Eastman made during the interview when law enforcement officers were not in the room. And there's one where Mr. Eastman refers to someone as Clutch. And they will probably argue that Mr. Eastman is referring to himself and that this is somehow a confession to murder. But who is Clutch? You've not heard any evidence of someone named Clutch, let alone that Mr. Eastman ever referred to himself as that. Ms. Frank could easily be who he's talking about. But what's clear is that he needs to provide investigators with answers to protect Ms. Frank. He needs to figure out how to protect her and still give the officers something. So he starts talking about loyalty, protection, manipulation, and writes those words on the board before investigator Myatt and Atwood come in. But ultimately, the physical evidence that you've seen and heard does not support an inference that Mr. Eastman killed Ms. Frank. His fingerprints were not on any of the items that were examined. When he was arrested unexpectedly, he was still wearing that same shirt that he purchased and was seen on video surveillance purchasing in Walmart the day before. The additional testing that investigator Atwood and Ms. Fedak decided to do on Mr. Eastman's boots 21 months after the fact, trying to drum up additional physical evidence, revealed no evidence of blood, not even on the laces. And these boots were old, they were dirty, not new shoes like he would have had to buy if he needed to replace them. And he didn't have a gun, he did not have a weapon that could have inflicted the wounds that killed Ms. Frank. And we talked about the DNA on the wire, and that there was a tiny amount of DNA, of Mr. Eastman's DNA on that wire, 0.027 nanograms. That's 27 trillionths of a gram, which would not be unexpected given that, not the wire, the neck. I want to be clear, referring to the neck, which would not be unexpected given they were cohabitating in the days leading up to this, riding in the same car. It would not be unexpected to find his DNA on a place like that, in a place of exposed skin. But Ms. Wench was clear that you cannot say how or when the DNA got there. There were no injuries noted at the autopsy. The DNA on her neck is not probative under these circumstances. However, Mr. Bonnell is a potential contributor to the DNA on the neck as well. As you heard, that likelihood ratio of 1.5 was a conservative, reduced ratio based on statistical corrections that had it before statistical corrections with an assumption that everybody involved was Caucasian, like we know that they are, it was 6. Which still means it's more likely that his DNA was present than it was not. And he was not cohabitating with her, and he denied ever seeing her. Now, there's also a tiny amount of DNA on the wire. She found, and it's important to note that Ms. Wench tested 2 hypotheses. One, that the mixture of 2 of partial DNA that was on her neck was a mixture of Ms. Frank and an unknown unrelated individual, and Mr. Eastman and an unknown unrelated individual. She found support for both hypotheses, and those likelihood ratios were low. For Ms. Frank, 3.6, 47,000 for Mr. Eastman. But again, these are likelihood ratios and not probabilities, but they're much less than these millions, trillions, septillions that we've talked about that constitute that strong support on the verbal scale. But as you heard, the results and what Ms. Wench testified, the results from that DNA testing is dependent upon correctly identifying the number of contributors to the mixture. And here, Ms. Wench was not initially confident in the number of contributors to the mixture. She actually ran this twice because this was a partial profile. This was something where she didn't have a lot of genetic information. And during that first run, she found a location, that D10S 1248, where Mr. Eastman was a 13-14 at that location, not a 16. And that means that if this was called as a single source, not a mixture, Mr. Eastman would have been excluded. But regardless, when we're talking about a tiny amount of DNA, there's not a lot that we can say. We talked about, I gave an example regarding secondary transfer, where if I shook Ms. Wench's hand and then she touched her phone, my DNA could have been transferred to her phone, even though I never physically touched it. And that's the same here. Mr. Eastman could have, shook Mr. Bonnell's hand, gave him a hug, clapped him on the back, and then Mr. Bonnell could have then transferred Mr. Eastman's DNA to the wire. As you heard from Ms. Wench, she swabbed the entire length of the wire, and not just a small portion of it. And only that very teeny tiny amount of DNA was found. Now, Mr. Eastman also also had that 22 caliber ammunition in his pocket when he was arrested, and he was never asked about that. Investigator Coleman testified under oath that he told lead investigator Atwood and investigator Myatt that he had that in his pocket. And lead investigator Atwood denied that. Both of them were testifying under oath, and clearly the testimony of both of those officers cannot be true. And you get to decide who you believe on that issue. Investigator Atwood had other instances of erroneous testimony, and so Investigator Coleman seems like a more reliable source of information, but you get to make that determination. Also, Madison Fisher's examination of ammunition revealed here only that they're 22 caliber bullets. She was not able to make any correlation here that would allow you to determine that the bullets and casings found in his pocket were somehow related to Miss Frank's death. On top of it all, Mr. Eastman didn't even know Miss Frank had been killed. He left and started driving around to clear his head, working through his feelings, which he described as being sad and melancholy, depressed because Miss Frank was mad at him. But when he comes back to Mr. Bonnell's, Miss Frank is not there. Miss Edmonds said she never saw Miss Frank. She was gone at that point by the time that Mr. Miss Edmonds got back late that evening. Now, Mr. Eastman told investigators that he always has a backup because at the drop of a hat, she'll leave. And so when he's told he's missing, he told that they could be there with Mike, that had happened before, that she had disappeared for days with Mike. So he thought that was something that was possible under the circumstances. And he also talks about in his interview that he was just depressed and he wanted to drive around because that helps. He says, I was looking at the old well sites. That's what he says. And throughout his interview, he talks about Miss Frank because if she was alive, because that is what he believed. He never references her in the past tense, not once. And based on the time and day, he thinks she's at work. But on more than one occasion, he refers law enforcement to talk to her, especially as it relates to Mr. Sessions sexually assaulting her. And when she's told he's dead, he has that initial no way reaction, but then he starts repeating to himself and he's sobbing, Heather's okay, Heather's okay, Heather's okay. Because it's dawned on him and he's just been told that the love of his life is dead. And he starts that grieving process, of which the first stage is denial. Now, the prosecution is relying and will likely rely on the fact that Mr. Eastman claimed the last time that he saw Miss Frank was after they got back from shopping, when actually they went to Mr. Bonnell's together after that fact, and we saw that on the poll camera. But again, he's still covering for Ms. Frank. He's distancing himself from Ms. Frank. Mr. Eastman had just been arrested after being at Mr. Bonnell's property. He was trying to insulate her from being questioned as well. Again, another attempt to keep her above suspicion. And Mr. Eastman would not have been clued into the fact that she was dead by seeing her body by the woodpile that morning. Her body was not found for quite some time after officers came on scene. Numerous officers searched that area and found nothing. The strike team searched the property and didn't see it. It was well hidden. You saw their footprints all over the scene in the snow in the crime scene video that you saw from Deputy Adams. Detective Rawson actually walked up on top of the wooden tabletop to try to get a view of the backside of the woodpile, and he didn't see it. Certainly, if he had, he would not have gotten up on there. And Deputy Johnson, while he was urinating on the crime scene, didn't see it, or while he was walking up to that area. He could not see it until he physically lifted up the tabletop and looked underneath. And Mr. Eastman was only viewed standing there in front of the burn shed area, which had those tall burns on either side. The only view that he had was to the south. He had no direct view to even the woodpile area. And had he still would not have been able to see under the table. Now, the prosecution was trying to argue that Mr. Eastman's drive around the Pawnee Grasslands area was him tampering with evidence, destroying or concealing or disposing of evidence. But there was no evidence of that found. The areas where he was stopped, which was assisted by having the specific GPS locations because of the tracker, there was nothing found. It was searched for roughly 5 hours by multiple officers, assisted by the search of a drone. This is a rural area with very little vegetation, and what there was dormant, that type of air. You saw the videos. The grass was dried, it was short. You could see for miles and miles. Just dirt and grass for miles. The only evidence that they located was the glasses case that couldn't be identified as belonging to anybody associated with the case. Not a single piece of evidence was found. And I'd note that there were only tire impressions found at these locations. No officer testified to seeing footwear impressions, which would suggest that someone exited a vehicle and walked around. He wasn't getting out of the car trying to find a hiding spot for evidence. He was just driving around like he said he was, trying to clear his mind. And this isn't like looking for a needle in a haystack. Law enforcement were armed, as you heard, with those specific GPS locations. And while there were some gaps in time, proof beyond a reasonable doubt requires the prosecution to affirmatively prove that there had been destruction of evidence, which they have not done. But overall, there were GPS locations for the majority of that evening and driving around. And you saw the map on the CAST report, and you would be able to see that evidence. I realized I forgot a couple of photos here, but these, again, turning back to where Miss Frank's body was found. This was not visible. Someone standing this far away has no indication that there is a body there underneath that board. Here's a different view in the dark. Now, he also went to an area near the river. That was searched by a variety of different people. Lieutenant Robbins went to the area near the river, looked under the sides of the bridge, and saw nothing. Certified drone operator, firefighter, nothing. No knife, no firearm, nothing with blood. And a firearm is not something that's just going to float away with the river. It's heavy enough to sink. So, to the extent that the prosecution's argument is that it's somehow carried away by the river, I don't think that that's reasonable. But there's also the burn pit. And with respect to the fire in the burn pit, Mr. Eastman was hired to do work for Mr. Bonnell. And Mr. Bonnell needed trash burned because he did not have a waste service. There was nothing found in the burn pit that was identified as belonging to either victim. There was typical household trash, cans and jars, hypodermic needles, like that found all over Mr. Bonnell's residence. Needles and vials, mail with Mr. Bonnell's name on it. Nothing with blood. It was searched with a metal detector, no bullets, no shell casings, no knife, no firearm, nothing was located. Nothing with DNA for either victims. And the prosecution is also trying to say that there's a bed skirt in this burn pit that was Miss Frank's. However, you've heard no evidence that Miss Frank had a bed skirt to begin with, or that one was missing. The prosecution, what they claim is a bed skirt, was a bright red. And the curtains in her bedroom, as Mr. Gillum testified, were a deep burgundy. Very different colors. They don't match in any respects. That's an attempt to bolster a weak case. I'd also submit to you that the item in People's Exhibit 233, the one that the prosecution and Deputy Annan claims is a bed skirt, isn't one. You saw it. You saw it because the defense asked the prosecution to open that canister, where it was determined that that was the wrong item of evidence. And once the correct one was found, it was opened, and there's nothing that's observed as being characteristic of a bed skirt. There was nothing of evidentiary value related to Ms. Frank's death or Mr. Sessions found in the burn pit. There would be no reason for Mr. Eastman to question that the plastic in the burn pit would have had any nefarious purpose, nor that the fact that he was tending a burn pit at all had a nefarious purpose. I mean, Mr. Eastman knew that Mr. Sessions' body had been found. He saw the news articles. Clearly burning the body didn't work for the first one. Even assuming, for sake of argument, he had killed Miss Frank, which he did not, why would he attempt the same method again? That just doesn't make any sense. Now, the tampering with physical evidence and tampering with deceased human body jury instructions relating to Mr. Sessions are instructions 22 and 24. And like all the charges here, the prosecution has to prove it was Mr. Eastman who committed the remaining offenses, or remaining elements of the offense. But I also want you to take a look at elements 3 and 6, which for count 6, and 3 and 8 for count 4. Both of those refer to an official proceeding that is pending or is about to be instituted. Mr. Eastman did not know that Miss Frank had died. He had no reason to believe there would be any sort of official proceeding. And there's no evidence that he did anything to destroy, mutilate, remove, or anything related to Miss Frank's death. And I think I misspoke earlier. 22 and 24, I believe, reference Miss Frank's death. Clearly someone did. Someone concealed evidence there, but it's not Mr. Eastman. She was wrapped and bound with plastic and wire, found and that originated from Mr. Bonnell's property. Now, the prosecution argued in opening statements that this case at its core was about domestic violence, and that it was about power, coercion, control, and revenge. They've argued that Mr. Eastman was controlling and violent and jealous. But their theory doesn't make sense when you look at how Mr. Eastman was acting, even with respect to the past. He displayed no hint of jealousy or anger at Miss Frank for past infidelities. Evidence suggests that Mr. Eastman wanted to move on from the relationship despite his love for her. He told everyone he was moving out of state so she wouldn't know where he was. He didn't want to get sucked back into her orbit. He blocked her on Facebook. He blocked her phone number. And he was settling in with his sister. He was getting appointments. He was trying to obtain employment. He was helping out with the family, shuttling around the grandkids to their various activities. And why, if he was going to kill her for being unfaithful, why would he have done that during a relationship when she was unfaithful, as opposed to after, when they're not even together? And you also heard some about Mr. Easton supposedly being jealous. But the only specific incidents of prior conduct that you have heard about that is the one relating to Anthony Velarde. Now, that isn't to say how Mr. Eastman handled that situation was right or good at all, if we trust Mr. Velarde's recollection of a situation so long ago, one where there's no documentation of the actual messages exchanged. But when in a relationship, Ms. Frank was talking to another man online and asked that man to come pick her up. That's not just being paranoid or over-the-top jealous. I think a lot of people would struggle with learning that their partner had done that, and that would cause some tension. But he handled it poorly.
Got 20 minutes left.
Thank you. Then Blake McLaughlin, who had many more opportunities to see Mr. Eastman, testified that he never knew Mr. Eastman to be a jealous man. Now, the prosecution may argue that Ms. Frank's rejection of his marriage proposal gave him a reason to kill her. But he had asked her several times before, and she had said no. There was no evidence that you heard that there were any physical reprisals against her saying no. This was something that Ms. Brinklow testified he was resigned to these disappointments in the relationship. So the prosecution's theory hinges on the idea that these homicides were somehow part and parcel to this larger cycle of violence and some ongoing attempt to control or intimidate Ms. Frank. But that is an oversimplification of a complex relationship. Because in general, relationships are complex and human beings are complex, and no two people are the same. And how people deal with conflict vary. Here, Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's relationship was a toxic one. It was not healthy for a variety of reasons. And Mr. Eastman was candid about that from the outset. He doesn't blame his actions on being drunk, but he recognizes the correlation there. And the reality situation is that they both struggled with alcohol. And that, Mr. Eastman, for his part, has worked on his sobriety. And after the incident with Alex McLaughlin, he stopped drinking for a year. But Ms. Franklin didn't want to get sober with him. Now, we've touched a little bit about Gene McAllister's testimony, but I want to refer you to instruction number 18, because you get to decide the credibility of witnesses who have testified as experts. And I'd submit that she didn't offer any original take on this relationship. She testified as a blind expert about what typically happens or what can happen. She hasn't met anybody involved in the case, reviewed any evidence. And she is biased. She is a paid expert who testifies for the prosecution, very often in criminal cases, has not testified for the defense since at least 2006. And she is someone who, it's important to her life's work to testify in cases like this. But this cycle of violence that they're talking about and these common features of relationships displaying this coercive, controlling violence is really, the reality is it's a model based on commonalities against, individuals who have been victims of abuse. But what typically happens doesn't mean that's what necessarily happened. You also heard about the distinction between situational couple violence and coercive controlling violence, where individuals just don't manage conflict well. And that certainly sounds like the screaming and yelling and conflict that you've heard about here. But it's also important to note that Mr. Eastman had cut off contact with Ms. Frank, moved to the other side of the state, tried to create further, even if imaginary, distance between himself and Ms. Frank, saying he moved to Arizona. He cut ties and blocked her on Facebook, and she was the one making overtures to him, asking her son to get in contact with Mr. Eastman because she wanted to talk with him, because she missed him. And then there's the January 18th email pleading with him to talk with her. She calls him also on February 1st of 2020. He had a lot of reasons to think that she might welcome him when he showed up at her house on the 8th, a mere week later. During her opening statement, Ms. Guthrie showed a picture of Mr. Eastman's hands and told you that these hands killed Mr. Sessions and Ms. Frank. She claimed these hands brought death, and that these hands, but now, after weeks of evidence, the prosecution may argue that even if you're not convinced that Mr. Eastman was the one that pulled the trigger and killed Ms. Frank, that he was complicit. And so you've received that complicity instruction in number 18, which is a Hail Mary, throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. But the prosecution has not presented any evidence that Mr. Eastman had any desire, purpose, or design to aid or abet or advise or encourage Mr. Bonnell or any other person in killing Ms. Frank, in committing the crime of first-degree murder. And to be clear, this complicity theory is only for Ms. Frank's death, not Mr. Sessions. Therefore, the prosecution must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Eastman killed Mr. Sessions and that he acted alone before you could convict. This instruction number 28 does not apply to count 1. Throughout this case, law enforcement put blinders on time and time again, they overlooked glaring inconsistencies and red flags. Law enforcement just took what Mr. Bonnell said at face value. They never got a search warrant to search his various phones. They didn't get the very records that would have confirmed whether his other phone traveled in tandem up to the Pingree Park area and back. They didn't get the records for the Troy Milo Apple ID either. And even though they said this existence of this phone was inconsistent with his claim that they had one, they did nothing to follow up on that red flag. And law enforcement didn't get the records for the phone Mr. Bonnell had after the fact either. They didn't collect the casings found in Mr. Bonnell's pocket. They didn't collect the boot print or cast the one found by F.E.T. Johnson, which, as he said, as his own admission, was an oversight. Detective Meadows took no steps to get Jennifer Edmonds' phone records to corroborate what communication she had with Mr. Bonnell. But why didn't law enforcement get any of these things? They didn't want to risk their narrative or rock the boat. An early hunch became an assumption on which they built their case, and they were desperate to preserve that. And you have seen the desperation through various points of this trial, as exemplified by the lead detectives in this case. Their testimony was dripping with determined desperation to preserve the narrative. You heard Sergeant Porter's attempt to fix the failure related to Mr. Bonnell's bullets. Sergeant Porter's attempt to connect the iPhone in the red case to Mr. Eastman without offering that email address associated with Mr. Eastman had been used once in 2018, while the Troy Milo Apple ID was actively signed into the phone. You heard Investigator Atwood's undocumented claim that he tried to locate Mike, and he doubled down on Mr. Eastman buying 2 phones at Best Buy before we had to recall him as a witness and show the video surveillance from Best Buy. Throughout the investigation, the investigators have been trying to give Mr. Bonnell heads-ups and opportunities to fix their problems with their case. And lo and behold, Mr. Bonnell tries to. Throughout this case, law enforcement and the prosecution has been desperately trying to make connections where they don't exist, grasping at straws, or in this case, boomerangs and bedskirts. Mr. Eastman helped Ms. Frank in the aftermath, what she did. He tried to help him dispose of the body and the evidence related to that homicide. But that's it. He did not kill her. He certainly did not kill Mr. Sessions. Hold him accountable for what he did and no more. You may not like Mr. Eastman, and you don't have to. He certainly made mistakes. He's been abusive in the past, and he owns that. You don't have to condone what he did in the aftermath. You don't have to condone his prior abuse. And you might feel sorry for the victims' families, and understandably, because they have lost a member of their families in an unimaginable way. But you cannot let these feelings interfere with your decision in the case. But that's hard to do, but it's your duty as jurors. You may not be influenced by sympathy, bias, or prejudice in reaching your decisions. It is solely the prosecution's responsibility to prove each and every element of the offense charge, and that includes identity. And remember that you have to be satisfied, not only that they proved each and every element, but including the element that it was Mr. Eastman, before you could even return a verdict of guilty. We're talking about this principle of liability. Remember, the defense has no reciprocal burden of proof. The defense does not have to prove to you in the same way, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Ms. Frank or Mr. Bonnell killed the victims in this case. Even if you think it's just as plausible that Ms. Frank or Mr. Bonnell committed these murders as Mr. Eastman did, that means the prosecution has not met their burden. And because the prosecution has the burden of proof in this case, Mr. Wren will have another opportunity to speak with you after I sit down. And because I will not get another chance to speak with you, I want to leave you with this. We live in a great country under the constitutional protections of the presumption of innocence and the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt means a doubt that is based on reason and common sense, that arises from the fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or the lack of evidence in the case. A doubt which would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. Hesitate. Hesitate. Not second guess, merely hesitate. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not a technicality. It is not a technicality that sets guilty people free. It is a fundamental cornerstone of our criminal justice system that has survived for over 200 years that protects against wrongful convictions. And you as the jury have the power and the responsibility to give effect to Mr. Eastman's constitutional rights, to hold the prosecution to their burden. There is significant reason to hesitate here. And in order to find Mr. Eastman not guilty, you don't have to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Frank and Mr. Bonnell killed the victims. If you're just not sure what happened, that is reasonable doubt. You can only judge this case as far as the facts will go. That is your solemn responsibility. That is your great calling and the great function of an American jury. Here, an early hunch became an assumption on which the law enforcement built this case. And rather than meaningfully testing the accuracy of that initial assumption, they were blinded by their desperation to preserve it. They jumped to conclusions and worked backwards, looking for evidence to support the conclusion that they had already come to. There's something human about that approach, but that is not how an investigation is supposed to work. Without making and relying upon erroneous assumptions, the prosecution has not been able to answer the essential questions in this case: the who, what, when, where, and how for each of these homicides. When you're back in the jury room, ask yourself, who killed these victims and with what specific weapon? Wouldn't you expect, if there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the prosecution would have been able to answer those questions? But they haven't. And as such, they have not met their burden. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not overcome the presumption of evidence, the presumption that Mr. Eastman is an innocent man. Therefore, I'm confident that you will find Mr. Eastman not guilty of killing Mr. Sessions and Ms. Frank, and not guilty with tampering with evidence and tampering with a deceased human body relating to Ms. Frank, which is counts number 4 and 6. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10, 12-minute break so we can give our court reporter some time to rest, and then we'll get started with the prosecution, rebuttal, closing. Those admonitions I've given to you about the trial still apply. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be in recess for 10, 12 minutes. Okay, we are back on the record. It's 5:04. We're here regarding People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. We're outside the presence of the jury. And we're going to bring the jurors in for the rebuttal, closing. Any issues before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's stand and let's bring the jurors in.
Rise.
Okay, welcome to be seated. We're in the presence of the jury. Mr. Wren, you're welcome to deliver your rebuttal closing argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to pick up where Ms. Morris left off in a discussion of the burden of proof. She accurately conveyed that the burden of proof is on the prosecution. It's always has been and always will be. That is the cornerstone of our judicial system, and I encourage you to hold me to it. But let's recognize what it is and what it's not. Burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond reasonable doubt that the existence of all the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged.
Get the microphone, please.
It then goes on to say what reasonable doubt is not. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence, or the lack of evidence in this case. It is a doubt which is not vague, speculative, or imaginary. I submit to you that you just heard 2 hours of an imaginary theory, unsupported by the evidence, that has no basis in reason and common sense. The defense theory, as articulated in the jury instruction they submitted, is that Mr. Eastman learned of Ms. Frank's actions after he arrived at the evidence. Well, the evidence is to the contrary. The evidence is that he arrived, he stayed, and he remained during the time that Mr. Sessions arrived, was killed, was wrapped up, and delivered up to Pingree Park. They want to argue that his statements are credible, that he arrived, was told that there was a date, and left his phone behind and went to Troy Bonnell's house. There's no evidence that he went to Troy Bonnell's house outside of the defendant's statements. They have a problem here. They have told you that the defendant was untruthful in all kinds of things in his interview. They've acknowledged that he's untruthful about driving coming back and finding Scott Sessions dead. They've said he was untruthful about driving the body up to Pingree Park. They have said he was untruthful about trying to burn and dispose of the body. They have said he was untruthful when he denied driving Heather Frank to Troy Bonnell's house on the 15th, even though it's on video. So all of these things, they are acknowledging he is untruthful about. But they're saying, but let's believe him on the things that help our case. You can't have it both ways. He was untruthful because he knew he was caught. And he was untruthful about all of it, which includes being untruthful about not being there when Scott Sessions arrived. They also theorize that Mr. Bonnell assisted in disposing of the body at Pingree Park because he was motivated by monetary compensation. Again, there's no evidence of that. All of a sudden now, Kevin Eastman, the broke, financially struggling temporary worker, is Troy Bonnell's cash cow? Are you kidding me? That theory has no basis in the evidence. Again, speculative, imaginary doubt that is being cast. Then the argument goes that Troy Bonnell pulled the trigger. Again, no evidence of that. That he was present at Pingree Park. No evidence of that. In fact, all the evidence is to the contrary. As I showed you previously on the slide, depicting Troy Bonnell's phone location at the time the body is being delivered to Pingree Park and being burned. Ms. Morris said he has a phone that is signaling towards his house. No. Look closely at Kevin Hoyland's report. There are outgoing phone calls being made at the time the time that Kevin Eastman and Heather Frank are up in Pingree Park. So Troy Bonnell is actively using that phone to make phone calls from an area near his house while that body is being dumped in Pingree Park by Kevin Eastman. He wasn't there. They want to point to a Vibram shoe print and Vibram shoes at Troy Bonnell's house, size 13. There's no evidence that those shoe prints at Pingree Park are size 13. There's also evidence that Kevin Eastman was wearing a Vibram boot sole when he was arrested. Vague, speculative, imaginary doubt. So put the defense evidence to the test as well. The defense suggests that Mr. Bonnell had some incentive to kill Ms. Frank, or a motive to kill Ms. Frank, because he started freaking out and was worried that she would rat him out because he was later brought in to assist in disposing of Scott Sessions' body. Again, there's no evidence that he was involved in disposing of Scott Sessions' body, so that undercuts that motive. But let's think about the logic of that statement. They are saying Heather Frank was the killer of Scott Sessions, but then Troy Bonnell became worried that the killer would rat him out for being involved as an accessory after the fact. Does that make any sense? And therefore he killed the murderer? You don't kill the murderer to cover up your accessory. The murderer kills the witness to cover up his crime. And that's what happened in this case. You want to know why Kevin Eastman decided it was February 15th that Heather Frank had to die? Let's pay a little clip. And I submit to you that in a day full of deceit by Kevin Eastman, there was one little insight that he gives here about an event that occurred right before he drove Heather Frank to Troy Bonnell's house, and a conversation that took place that speaks entirely to Kevin Eastman having the only motive to kill Heather Frank in this case.
What time did you see Heather last night?
Whenever we got back from Loveland, just right before.
Okay. And what happened from there?
We taking in the groceries in her apartment. She just got all freaked out.
Okay. And then did you leave her house? Was she with you?
I'm gonna back up. What was she so freaked out about, Kevin? She freaked out about this situation? Are you guys trying to cover this? This is the time to be honest.
That would be a good probability, yeah.
Okay? What was she saying to you? Why was she freaking out? Did she think you guys were gonna get caught?
She was definitely freaked out over the whole situation.
What situation?
She wanted, obviously, over dude fucking being dead.
From her house. Tell us why she was freaking out.
She didn't really tell me. She keeps a lot of shit to herself. I mean, she's a hard person to read.
How did you know that she was freaking out if she didn't tell you that she was freaking out?
I knew by the way that she was just mad and just the way that she acts. But I asked her, what's wrong? Let's talk about it. We can work through this. And she's just like, I can't even stand to look at you. I want you to leave.
Why couldn't she look at you?
I don't know. She tells me that.
He says, she tells me that all the time. Heather started freaking out right before he drove her to Troy Bonnell's house. If Heather's freaking out, who goes down? Scott Sessions' killer. Kevin Eastman had a motive to kill Heather Frank that night. That's why he drove her to Troy Bonnell's house. That's why he felt like he had to deny that it was even his car leaving that house, because he knew if he drove her to Heather Frank's house, that he was also connected to her death. And you know that too. The defense tries to argue that, well, he may have thought that she just ran off again. How would she have run off? He drove her there. If Troy Bonnell killed Heather Frank, wouldn't Kevin Eastman be the first person running around going, hey, where is Heather? His beloved. He wasn't doing that. He's tending a burn pit 20 feet from where her body's located. And then when he's taken into custody and they ask him, where is Heather? Probably at work. How would she have gotten to work? He drove her to that house. Well, you know, she runs off with Mike. Let's talk about Mike for a second. If you listen closely to the context in which Mike came up in that interview, Mike was talked about as a guy that she had an affair with back in 2014 when he asked her to marry him originally. And she turned him down for the first time. 6 years earlier, and he's still hung up on Mike. He won't let Mike go. He brought up Mike's name 6 times. Mike was a guy from 2014. But the defense wants you to believe that Kevin Eastman has gotten over all that. He's resigned himself that she's unfaithful, and he's fine with it. Is that the person that you saw in that 5-hour interview? Is that the person that Angela Lesperance described, Anna Meyer described, Allison Nobley described, Anthony Velarde described, Alex McLaughlin described? That he's fine with her infidelity? That he's not a jealous man? And that jealousy doesn't trigger violence? That's entirely inconsistent with the totality of the evidence in this case. It doesn't make any sense. It's a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt that's trying to be created in this case. If Troy Bonnell killed Heather Frank, the gun should still be at the house because Troy Bonnell never left. He was occupied with Jennifer Edmonds from evening time to 4:30 in the morning. He never went anywhere. Who was it that left the house and had the opportunity to dispose of the murder weapon? Maybe the guy that drove to the bridge and back? Maybe the guy that spent 6 hours driving around rural eastern Weld County? The defense theory makes no sense. They want to argue that the Facebook records support the vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt that Heather Frank was raped by Scott Sessions. They're locked into that theory by the defendant's statement. The defendant is doing the best he can to come up with an excuse, but then they adopt it. There is no evidence of that. Look at those Facebook records. There is nothing to suggest that there was any lack of consent in any kind of activity. And if Let's go down that imaginary road for a second. If Heather Frank thought she was raped and therefore wanted to kill Scott Sessions, and then in the midst of that plot, Kevin Eastman shows up randomly at her front door, is she going to tell Kevin Eastman to get lost, or is she going to ask him to stick around and help her? None of it happened because she wasn't raped. They were having fun getting to know each other. They went out on a date and they were communicating over Facebook. Any sexual assault is a complete fabrication of Kevin Eastman's effort to avoid culpability and responsibility for his murder. But then they build off it and say, well, he drove away, he left his phone, but then he came back. Why would he come back? If he was just spurned by the woman that he drove 7 hours to see, why would he come back the next morning? Does it make any sense that a guy who was told to get lost because she had a date would come back to her house at 4 a.m. the next morning or 8 o'clock that night when he would be thinking she would still be on that date? There was no date. He set up the date. None of it makes sense. Use your life experience. Heather Frank had no motive to kill Scott Sessions. There's no evidence to support that there was such a motive. She was the victim of the violence in this relationship that led to this murder. She ends up dead herself. It is Kevin Eastman with Scott Sessions' blood on his jeans, not Troy Bonnell. It is Kevin Eastman who buys a burner phone and resets his old phone 2 minutes before he leaves for Troy Bonnell's house, not Troy Bonnell. The defense would have you believe that he's telling the truth about showing up and never getting past the screen door. That is not believable. The evidence establishes that he was there all night. The evidence establishes that Kevin Eastman didn't make it out to Troy Bonnell's house until February 11th, not February 8th. Additionally, Troy Bonnell had no reason to kill Heather Frank. The phone records put Troy Bonnell at his own house on February 8th and February 9th, not at Heather Frank's or up the Poudre Canyon. There's no evidence that he had any communication with Scott Sessions or Heather Frank. He was with Jennifer Edmonds for 6 or 7 hours that night. Based on the phone call at 4:30, he was still at the house in the early morning hours. He's not the one driving all over rural Weld County the night that before Heather Frank's body is found. Troy Bonnell wasn't the one seen by the burn pit next to Heather Frank's body in the morning. Instead, Troy Bonnell is pulled out of his house in his boxers. Kevin Eastman is creating a fire. And what do we know about Kevin Eastman and the disposal of dead bodies that now the defense is acknowledging that he was involved in, even though he never acknowledged it? But now they are acknowledging it because they have to. The evidence is too strong to argue competently otherwise. So what do we know about Kevin Eastman's idea about how to dispose of a body? You wrap it up, and then you set it on fire. So when is he arrested? He's arrested filling up a red gas can at the nearest gas station. He's not putting gas in his car. He's filling up a gas can to further ignite the flames that are going to consume Heather Frank. Now, Troy Bonnell, let's talk about him a little bit, because the defense talked about him a lot, even though in the grand scheme of this case, he was simply the guy that hired Kevin Eastman to come do a job. But he's an easy target. Let's be honest about that. He's a guy with 7 prior felony convictions, theft related. He's a horrible historian of his own actions. He can't remember what he did 2 days ago, let alone 2 years ago. He's a philanderer. And he has 80 vials of what is most likely steroids in his house. 80. You have to wonder if he's involved in more than just making oil field deliveries. Can we prove that beyond a reasonable doubt? No. But you have to wonder. 80 vials of steroids in his house. He has a lot of reason not to want the police up in his business, doesn't he? That has nothing to do with Heather Frank. His inconsistencies, his getting a new phone, his actions with Cynthia Bonnell, his prior criminal history, they make him shady. They don't make him a killer. Nothing in this case makes him a killer. And there's a big difference. If Troy Bonnell had killed Heather Frank, Kevin Eastman would have had to have known it. Where else would she have gone? And if Kevin Eastman knew that Troy Bonnell killed Heather Frank, when he got to that interview room, what do you think the first thing he says is? No way is Kevin Eastman going down for a first-degree murder that he knows Troy Bonnell committed. No way does he sit there for 5 hours, create fabrications, claim not to remember, provide falsehoods to protect Troy Bonnell. The defense wants to try and downplay the significance of the DNA of Kevin Eastman found on the wire and get into the minutia of the amount. The reality is that it was very strong support for the presence of his DNA on the wire. So what does that mean? His DNA shouldn't be on that wire at all in any amount, let alone very strong support for that conclusion, because that wire came from Troy Bonnell's garage. There's no reason for Kevin Eastman, if he wasn't involved in that murder, for his DNA to be anywhere near that wire that wrapped up Heather Frank as she lay underneath that wood table. Heather Frank was drunk when she left her own house. If you watch that video again where she's walking out to the car at 5:14 from the apartment, watch her gait carefully. She's all over the place. She's really wobbly. When she stepped off that curb to get into the street, I thought she was going down. She was already drunk. Was she already high? Who knows? There's no evidence that she got high at Troy Bonnell's house. There's no evidence that she drank more at Troy Bonnell's house. Again, vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt is what is being peddled here. We deal in facts in courtrooms. We deal in evidence. Not soft fiction that is offered to support a theory brought up 2.5 years ago by a man being interviewed by the police that can't keep the story straight. For 5 hours, the defendant denied having ever seen Scott Sessions' body. For 5 hours, he denied having dumped Scott Sessions' body in the snow and set it on fire. For 5 hours, when confronted with the evidence against him, he selectively claimed he just can't remember what happened at Heather Frank's house. But now, without any additional evidence, his attorneys remember for him. and change up his story. But only in parts. Only the parts that fit a narrative that have no support in the evidentiary record. There are a couple issues with respect to the law that I want to talk about that Ms. Morris brought up. There are 6 charges that you're going to see. The first one is murder in the first degree. After deliberation is defined in your jury instructions this way. It means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. So when you're looking at your jury instructions and you're wondering, is this first degree murder? Because it's after deliberation. Look at the definition of after deliberation. I submit to you that somebody who orchestrates the luring of a man to his house or to the apartment where he is not acting in a hasty or impulsive manner. That is done after reflection and judgment. The same is true for that same man when a week later he makes a decision to go and retrieve a gun. He aims the gun. He fires the gun. Not once, but twice, at point blank range, into the chest of the woman that he loves. That is not done hastily or impulsively. That has been thought through. Again, after deliberation. Tampering with a deceased human body. The defense brought up one of the elements here. This requires that the prosecution prove that the defendant in the state of Colorado, between and including the dates relevant here, that the defendant believed an official proceeding was pending, in progress, or about to be instituted, and acting without legal authority, willfully destroyed, mutilated, concealed, removed, or altered a human body. So, was the act of taking Scott Sessions' body to Pingree Park done believing that an official proceeding was about to be instituted? You have to know the legal definition of about to be instituted to answer that question. And that's also provided in your jury instructions. It says that about to be instituted includes an act at the time that the actor believed could trigger an official proceeding in the future. In other words, if you do something believing that if you don't, you might get caught, and if you get caught, you could be charged, that's an official proceeding. And so if that is your motive, or your thought process behind tampering with a deceased human body, then that crime has been committed. Same is true, and the same definition applies for tampering with physical evidence. So I said Troy Bonnell is kind of an easy target because of just who he is. But so is Heather Frank because she's not here. I would love to have put her on the stand and asked her who lured Scott Sessions to her house. I would love to have put her on the stand and asked her who hid behind the door and ambushed Scott Sessions in the entryway. Took a knife to his throat, left to right, front to back, slightly downward, nearly decapitating him, cutting his neck through to the vertebrae. But I can't do that. Why not? Because his actions prevented me from doing so. Within a week, the two people who were conversing on Facebook, getting to know each other, hanging out at jazz concerts, were both dead. And he wants to deflect in every direction but himself. But the evidence keeps bringing us back to one person. the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, the observations of police officers, his fabrications to the detectives. There's only one way this goes down. There's only one reason both of these people in his small little orbit upon that return to Greeley on February 8th, both end up dead. It's because he's responsible for both. Now, Ms. Morris addressed the theory of complicity liability.
Okay, 9 minutes left.
Thank you. And that's in your jury instruction packet. And it does apply only to the murder of Heather Frank. I'm not saying, under that theory, you could find Kevin Eastman guilty if Troy Bonnell pulled the trigger, but Kevin Eastman aided, abetted, promoted, encouraged, etc. that act. I'm not saying that's what happened, but you may disagree with me. That is a legal theory under which you can also find him guilty of first-degree murder of Heather Frank. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying you should find him guilty of first-degree murder after deliberation as a principal, as the main actor in that murder. But I never know. So that is an alternative legal theory that the jury can consider in this case. The defense wants to argue because Troy Bonnell called an attorney at some point that that's consciousness of guilt that he committed a murder. If that's true, there's a lot of unsolved murders out there that we need to be looking into. That tells you nothing. Troy Bonnell had a lot of reasons in his life to call an attorney. Some of them may have been civil reasons. Others may not have. I don't know. But the fact that he called an attorney at one point doesn't have any bearing on anything. Again, vague, speculative, imaginary doubt that's being peddled here. The defense theory also implies that Kevin Eastman couldn't do the job of the cleanup by himself. So he therefore enlisted the help of Troy Bonnell on the Sessions murder. No way does Kevin Eastman bring in another person to this situation. Because in doing so, under their theory that Heather Frank killed Scott Sessions, now you expose Heather Frank's liability to even one more person, and the circle gets larger. No way does this Kevin Eastman do that. He keeps that circle as small as possible, namely him and Heather. And why would he be incapable of cleaning up Scott Sessions' murder by himself? Doesn't make any sense that he would go and elicit Troy Bonnell's help and then apparently get blackmailed for a future check that he hadn't received yet. And the defense says, well, where's the rest of the money? I don't know, maybe the bank? It was issued as a check, if you look at the evidence in this case, $4,000 plus check. And he's got $1,300 or more cash on his person. We also know that there were trips to the bank in this case, don't we, from the Facebook messages. So he deposits the check, gets some money out in cash, and that's what he's got on him when he's arrested, along with the burner phone. So who was planning on making an escape here or fleeing? Not the woman who leaves her wallet behind. Not the woman who is a 0.243 blood alcohol level. It's the guy who factory resets his phone 2 minutes before he leaves the house to take his girlfriend, who is angry with him, who is freaking out about the murder, to Troy Bonnell's house, where he knows there's a burn pit, where he may know there's a gun, where he finds ammunition and puts it in his cooler. Miss Morris brought up the crossbow bolts. I agree, that's kind of a weird fact. I don't know how many people have crossbows and crossbow bolts. We know they were in Kevin Eastman's car when it was searched by Darcy Fedak. But we also know they were in a crossbow, and crossbow bolts were in Troy Bonnell's house. Strange coincidence? I don't know. What we do know is that those crossbows had nothing to do with nothing in terms of the murders in this case. Vague, speculative, imaginary doubt. The defense wants to argue then that Troy Bonnell and Jennifer Edmonds must have been doing meth because they stayed up all night. Who else stayed up all night? It's not the guy having some fun in the bedroom. It's the guy driving around in eastern Colorado.
About 2 minutes left.
Thank you. The defense, in the end, wants to argue that law enforcement developed a narrative based on assumptions and hunches, and they were afraid to go outside of that narrative, and Troy Bonnell didn't fit that narrative. It was based on assumptions and hunches, and so therefore they overlooked his inconsistencies or other things. Look at the totality of the evidence in this case. They didn't look harder at Troy Bonnell because the evidence didn't point that direction. All the evidence pointed one place. And so that's the path they followed. They went where the evidence took them. And the evidence takes you the same place. There's one reason why 2 people lost their lives the week of February 8th, 2020. And it had to do with a decision the defendant made to leave his sister's driveway and drive to Heather Frank's house on February 8th and stay there. And then invite over the man that he had seen on her Facebook records and wait for him to arrive and nearly take his head off. And then get in the car the next morning at 6:55 in the morning and drive up the Poudre Canyon, take a left turn on Pingree Park Road, drive back further than anybody should be going in a snowstorm, and dump a body and set it on fire, thinking, maybe nobody will notice until the spring. But somebody did notice, and the police got involved, and they started doing the job that they were asked to do, and they followed the evidence, and it all led back to one place. And as they got ready to arrest him, what happened? Heather Frank was killed as well. Could that have been avoided if they had arrested him earlier? Maybe. That's a tough thing for Alex and Blake and Christian to think about. But it didn't happen. And so then the evidence of that second death, where does it take us? It takes us to his pockets. It takes us to his gas can. It takes us to his burn pit. It takes us to his fabricated stories and incredible claims of not being able to remember. And in the end, it all takes us all to one conclusion. The defendant is guilty of each of the counts for which he is charged. And I'd ask that you return a verdict that justice demands. Thank you.
Instruction 34. The bailiff will be escorting you to the jury room, and actually, I don't want you to begin deliberating because it's late in the day, but I do want you to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and when you come tomorrow at 9 o'clock, you'll be escorted to the jury room where you will select one of your members to be a foreperson. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign any verdict form and verdict question form that you may agree on according to the rules that I'm about to explain. The verdict for each charge must represent the considered judgment of each juror, and it must be unanimous. In other words, all of you must agree to all parts of it. This requirement also applies to any determinations that you make in response to verdict questions which you conclude should be answered. Only one verdict shall be returned signed for each count. The verdict forms, verdict question forms, and these instructions shall remain in the possession of your foreperson until I ask for them in open court. Upon reaching a verdict and, if required by your verdicts, answering any verdict questions, you will inform the bailiff, who in turn will notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until I call you into the courtroom. You'll be provided with 6 verdict forms. You'll also be provided with 3 verdict question forms with directions that explain under what circumstances you should complete these forms. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdicts, you will select the option on each form which reflects your verdicts, and the foreperson will sign the verdict forms as I've just stated. Similarly, if you conclude that any verdict question should be answered, you will select the option on each verdict question form which reflects your unanimous decision, and the foreperson will sign each verdict question form as I've stated. I will now read to you the verdict and verdict question forms. You must not draw any inferences based on the order in which I read them. The verdict and verdict question forms you'll receive read as follows. As I told you earlier, you don't have these verdict forms. I just don't like verdict forms floating around, so I have the only original set. Dispensing with the caption, this one deals with count number 1, murder of the first degree, victim Stanley Scott Sessions. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation with a location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation with a location for the foreperson to sign. There's a note on the bottom that reads, the foreperson may sign only one of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. Count 2 deals with the charge of murder in the first degree involving victim Heather Frank. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation with a location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of murder in the first degree with a location for the foreperson to sign. There's a similar note that reads, the foreperson may sign only one of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. It goes on to say, we, the jury, further find, and there's 2 options. Yes, this act was an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29. And no, this act was not an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29. With a location for the foreperson to sign. Does that make sense? Okay. Count 3, tampering with a deceased human body involving Stanley Scott Sessions. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of tampering with a deceased human body with a location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of tampering with a deceased body with a location for the foreperson to sign. Similar note, the foreperson may sign only one of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. With regard to count number 4, tampering with a deceased human body involving victim Heather Frank. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of tampering with a deceased body with a location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of tampering with a deceased body with a location for the foreperson to sign. There's a note that reads, the foreperson may sign only one of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. There's a verdict question. We, the jury, find, and there's 2 options. No, this was not an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29. And the next option is yes, this act was an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29 with a location for the foreperson to sign. Count 5 deals with tampering with physical evidence involving Stanley Scott Sessions. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of tampering with physical evidence with a location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of tampering with physical evidence with a location for the foreperson to sign. There's a note that reads, the foreperson may sign only 1 of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. And finally, there's, for count number 6, tampering with physical evidence. Victim Heather Frank. Roman numeral 1 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, not guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Location for the foreperson to sign. Roman numeral 2 reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Kevin Dean Eastman, guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Location for the foreperson to sign. There's a note that reads, the foreperson may sign only 1 of the above, Roman numeral 1 or 2. If the verdict is not guilty, then 1 above should be signed. If the verdict is guilty, then 2 above should be signed. There's a further question. We, the jury, further find. And there's 2 options. The first one is no, this act was not an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29. Next option, yes, this was an act of domestic violence as defined in instruction number 29 with a location for the foreperson to sign. Does that make sense? Thank you. Okay, well now it's time for me to explain announce who the 4 alternate jurors are. First, let me explain and remind you what the process was. So a couple of weeks before the trial started, the lawyers and I made a decision that given the length of the trial, 4 weeks, my rule of thumb generally is 1 alternate juror for every week because the likelihood of something happening to a juror increase over time, if that makes sense. Especially given the world that we live in with COVID and perhaps other things, there was a concern about having jurors getting sick, being unavailable, that sort of thing. And so we made a determination to have 4 alternate jurors. And in this case, we used none of them, which is fantastic that everybody was healthy during this trial and available. So when the lawyers came in a couple of weeks before the trial started, I literally had the prosecution pick 2 numbers from 1 to 16, and I had the defense pick 2 numbers from 1 to 16. And those 4 numbers related to the juror seat number. So we had no idea that whoever sat in those seats would sit in those seats. And so the people who are alternates, this is not a reflection upon you. This has nothing to do with your ability to fulfill your obligations as a jury. This is more of a safety measure for us because we cannot do a trial with less than 12 people. So I hope everybody understands that. So juror number 3, you are one of the alternate jurors. Juror number 9, you are the 2nd alternate juror. Juror number 11, you are one of the alternate jurors. Juror number 16, you are one of the alternate jurors. So as I indicated yesterday when the question was asked, you are not going to be excused from jury duty in the rare occasion that one of your fellow jurors cannot fulfill their obligations during deliberations. There's a rare possibility that you would be brought in order to sit in and be part of the jury. When a verdict has been reached, you will be discharged of your duties. I want to remind the 4 alternate jurors that you may not discuss this case with anybody. You may not listen to any news reports or do any independent research. Because there's a possibility that you may be asked to come in and deliberate if something happens with one of our 12 jurors. Out of respect for you, dedicating almost a month of your life being here, we will get your contact information. If it's possible to stay within a 30-minute driving distance from the courthouse, if you want to be physically present for the reading of the verdicts, we will wait for you. We also have WebEx, really easy to use WebEx. We can give you instructions. Christine will be more than glad to give that to you. You can appear by WebEx. If you want to appear by telephone, that's another option. We will work with you so that way you can be available during the reading of the verdicts. If you don't want to be present through WebEx or telephone or in person, that's fine. We can certainly let you know what the verdicts are once they are reached. Okay, so at this time, if I can please have the 4 alternates step down. If you have anything in the jury room, if you can please retrieve those items, because once you retrieve them, you won't be allowed back into the jury room. And if you can leave your notebooks on the bench there, we will take them for you. So Christine, if you could just help them, then come back out and I'll swear you and Taylor in as bailiffs in this case. It's one of the hardest parts of my job, telling people they're alternates. Just give us 1 second. What's going to happen next is that I'm going to swear in, Taylor and Christina as bailiffs in this case. And then we're going to break for the evening. I would like you to come in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The reason I'm having you come in a little bit later tomorrow is because we have lots of admitted exhibits. A lot of it's not going to fit in the jury room. And so we made a decision that the larger items we're going to keep here in the courtroom. The room is going to be locked. I'm not going to be allowed to come in here. The lawyer's not going to be allowed. My staff's not going to be allowed. So this courtroom essentially will be an extension of the jury deliberation room. So that way, if you want to see the bigger items, they'll be in the courtroom. We're also going to try to organize it by number, so that way you don't have to go searching for things. We're going to try to somehow make it organized for you. So I would like you to come in at 9 o'clock. We will be here like at 8 o'clock, 8:15 to get those exhibits and organize them, okay? We'll now have some awkward silence while we're waiting for Christina. I will also be sending in the original instructions. There was 2 corrections that had to be made, and so when you're referring to the law, don't refer to your copies, refer to the originals. I think there was 2 instructions that I found some typos on that I've corrected, okay? Yes, juror number 4. You can hold on to them, but when you're relying on the law, the original has the most corrected version, okay? So for the record, Taylor Hillam and Christina Schwint are going to be the bailiffs. If I can both have you both raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will, to the utmost of your ability, keep this jury in some private and convenient place, that you will promptly direct all inquiries or questions that the jury may have to the court, and that you will return with them into court when they have agreed upon a verdict? Thank you. We will be in recess pending deliberations of the jury. Just as a reminder, you can't talk to other people about the case, nor can you talk to each other about the case unless you're all in the jury room together. Okay, so I say that because when you come at 9 o'clock tomorrow, if somebody comes in a few minutes late, you can't talk about the case until the 12 of you are together. Does that make sense? Okay, so you are welcome to bring your jury notebooks into the room if you would like to. And then once you get your personal items, you can leave for the day and be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. Yeah, probably. That makes sense. Okay, we'll be in recess. Could you guys come by maybe tomorrow at 8:15? We can do the evidence in the courtroom? Yes. Thank you.
Do you want both sides, or just, are you just telling the government that?
I feel more comfortable with the defendants here. I want to have ex-party communication with anybody. Staying late, Charlotte. I just didn't think they were gonna use their 2 hours, they did, so.
Can you guys help me, get this? Okay.
I appreciate your professionalism from all of you. Thank you.
Sorry, candy in my mouth.
Very professional.
I shoved a bunch of candy in my mouth.
Cheryl, you're good for now? You don't need anything till tomorrow?
Good morning.